Good evening, my ogbonge listeners. How una dey? I don enter again inside ogbonge Shinik TV this evening. As I promise una say I go dey bring update of wetin wey happen inside court. Today wey be the 19th day of June 2023, no be small drama happen inside court o. Una know say our ogbonge oga Peter Obi no fit carry last. I tell people make dem go Anambra go check wetin dis man do ngige in those days, but so many people no lis ten. Una see how the thing don dey go inside the tribunal. Peter Obi don go carry crowd engineer wey dey work with Amazon. Why? Why? Because INEC don dey talk say there was technical glitches on that day. That was why other results were uploaded, but the one for presidential election was not uploaded. But today, the crowd engineer wey dey work with Amazon don come talk say na lie. Okay make I bring matter as e happen today. Peter Obi's crowd engineer who works with Amazon counters INEC's claim over ILF glitches during presidential election. No be small thing. Mr. Peter Obi had cited the failure of INEC to upload the photographic copies of polling unit result sheets to IRF portal real time during the 25th February election as one of the breaches that marred the disputed poll. A witness of the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, on Monday, told the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja that the INEC's ILF portal did not experience any glitches to justify the failure to upload real-time the polling unit results of the February 25th presidential election. INEC had, in a statement issued a day after the polls by its commissioner for voter education, Festus Okoye, blamed unexpected technical glitches for the commission's inability to ensure real-time uploading of results to IRF portal as provided in the guidelines for the election. Voting ended in most of over 176,000 polling units, where the election held across Nigeria on 25th February. But results remained inaccessible on the INEC ILF portal 24 hours after polling ended. Mr. Peter Obi filed his petition at the Presidential Election Court to challenge the victory of President Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress (APC), citing the failure to upload the results of the election to ILF as one of the breaches that marred the disputed poll. He also alleged that INEC manipulated the polls in favor of Mr. Tinubu. But contrary to the electoral umpire's claim, Mr. Obi's seventh witness, Mpe Oga, Monday told the court that a report of the health status of the Amazon Web Services, which hosts INEC Live portal, showed that there were no technical glitches on 25th February 2023. MS Oga, a crowd engineer and architect at Amazon Web Services Incorporated, was led in evidence by Mr. Peter Obi's lawyer, Patrick Ikweto, on Monday. She abducted her witness statement on oaths, disposed to on 19th June 19th at the registrar of the court. MS Oga, a subpoenaed witness, tendered copies of her resume and appointment letter at Amazon Web Services Incorporated and 6-volume reports of the 33 regions where Amazon Web Services host their servers. But INEC, APC, and Mr. Tinubu's objections to the admissibility of the documents. The five-member panel of the court, headed by Haruna T. Samani, admitted and marked the document as exhibits. After admitting the documents, the court adjourned the suit until Tuesday for cross-examination of MS Oga. Now let us see how the drama went in court today. The witness takes the oath of truth. Tell the court your full name. MCO. Where do you live? Nigeria. Do you have other residency? Yes. USA. What do you do for a living? I am a crowd engineer and architect. Do you work with any organization? Yes. Amazon Web Services Incorporated, also called AWS. No be small thing, no. P2B no dey carry last. P2B no dey carry last. Okay, make we continue. You came to the court on a subpoena. Do you have it? Yes. Equator SAN now applies to tender the subpoena in evidence. Objections. There are no objections by all the respondents to the subpoena being tendered. The court. The subpoena dues tecum is hereby admitted into evidence and marked as Exhibit PCJ accordingly, as the court praises. You came to this court and disposed to a witness statement when you got the subpoena today, 19th of June. Yes, sir. Can you recognize the witness statement? Yes. How can you identify it? I can identify my signature. Would you like to abduct the witness statement? Yes. Objections. Second and third respondents, they object to the witness statement and adopt earlier arguments to that effect. First respondent, they also object to the documents, relying on previous arguments. Fourth respondent, they also object and will provide fuller reasons at time of final address. Petitioners, they pray the court to respond in same vein as their previous arguments. The court, my lords, reserve their ruling on the objections till the time of final judgment. In paragraph 1(2), you said you will attach a copy of resume and employment verification letter. Yes, it is. Objections. My Ogbenge people, that was what transpired today at the court, and the matter was adjourned till Tuesday. You can now see what INEC, APC, Bola Tinubu's lawyer and Shetima's lawyer are doing in court. Objections, objections, objections. They are not prepared. You know, when you are not prepared for a battle, if you try to go to that battle, you will keep on making mistakes. That is what APC is doing. They are not prepared for this war at all. But P2B is highly prepared. You can see the evidence he brings to the court to tell you that he is unshakable. You can see the witnesses to tell you that this is not for children. But look at what APC are doing. They cannot even defend the election that held on 25th. We are going to continue crossing our T's and dotting our I's, waiting for the last judgment. Because, you know, this matter, P2B is going to win it by special grace of God. Amen. What do you think?
YouTube Music Premium is an experience.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Monday to everybody. How's everybody doing? I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I hope it was relaxing. It was a kickback type of weekend. I hope so. So, let me see here. All right. It's good to be here today. Hopefully, this is not going to be a long one. I keep saying that, right? I know some of you are already laughing like, every time she says that. But we'll see.
This is your friend and brother, Dr. Haruna Goro. I'm sure you're doing fine. We must never give up on our great nation of Nigeria. We should not allow the few bad eggs to make us lose hope on this great nation. Nigeria is full of so much potential. As I've always said, that Nigerians got the potential to become a first world. If we can just rid her of these wicked and evil, heartless politicians that have held this nation captive and has mortgaged the destiny and the future of so many innocent citizens of this nation. Well, we know what's going on right now. The tribunal is sitting, Labour Party, PDP, they are challenging the outcome of the election. And Tinubu is now sitting, almost like a placeholder. Well, some people already say, oh, it looks like he's going to do something great. Well, it's like almost like saying somebody steals from your house or somebody has stolen your car and he's driving passengers inside it, and people are saying, oh, we didn't know that even though it's a stolen car and he just stole this car, but he's driving it so well, What else do you expect? They're going to make sure they do everything to prove to Nigerians and to the rest of the world that Tinubu really has what it takes. But just wait and see, give them time. And that's why we must make sure that this stolen mandate is restored. I was watching the civil society organizations that were in the Situation Room during the election. They were having a conference, to bring the report of how the election went. A lot of them were disappointed and they aired their views, and there was a report that was written. And I understand this kind of report has always been written after election, and it just stays on paper, and they don't really execute some of the findings or some of the loopholes or the challenges that were encountered during the election. So this was another one again. And I'm telling you, many of the people that represented the civil society organization in the Situation Room, they actually came out to express their displeasure, their frustration over the way INEC ran the election or conducted the election. They did not keep to their promise of ensuring that the election was free, fair, and credible. They promised that during the election they were going to upload it real time on their IREP portals, but they never did. And now when they're being asked, they are now saying, no, we didn't have to do it. But why did they keep promising Nigerians and got so many people, especially the youth, to go out and vote, only for them to turn back? Every other one was working. The House of Assembly, the Senate was working with the same machines, the same night, the same time. The people that voted for all the three. But then the other ones were uploading, but the one of the presidential suddenly stopped and they called it glitch. Meanwhile, they said they have checked everything to ensure that there will be no glitches. And I had the lady that was there, sitting there. I don't know whether she's the chairperson there representing the civil society organization. She was saying, Mahmoud Yakubu, INEC need to apologize to Nigerians. I'm telling you, that's too light a call to make. I would actually say it's not just apologizing, which they are not prepared to do, because you can see what's going on in the tribunal. When Labour Party or PDP brings any witness, they will just say they're disputing. Even their own document, they are still disputing. So what is INEC trying to hide? What is APC trying to hide? Actually, INEC seems to be like a political party. They are also coming to court as if they are also fighting for their own candidate. So that's what's going on. And the representative, the person that was supposed to be in charge of educating Nigerians concerning the election, that is Festus Okoye. is telling Nigerians to accept what has happened, that they have done well. It's only a few challenges here and there, but Nigerians should move on. It's already preparing our minds to go on to another election cycle that may come again, maybe in another 4 years. But the case is in court, and I don't want to preempt what is going on. But I'm telling you, looking at the volume of evidence that are being presented, especially by Labour Party, I can tell you it's already a case over. And I trust that our judiciary will do the right thing. You know, somebody may say, but how they, so let's say it comes out that Tinubu was not really the winner. Why should we go backward again and have to remove the president, then put a new one? But that's what justice is all about. It's about who did the Nigerians, the majority of Nigerians actually vote for. That's what we should be concerned about. And I know some of you have your personal interest. You've got your vested interest in ensuring that when APC continues, you will continue to eat. You will continue in your evil practices. That's why you will hear such people talk and say, no, yeah, Tinubu was really the winner. But let's allow the court to continue sitting. Let's hear what the end of this matter is. Hearing Festus Okoye telling Nigerians, broad daylight, you could even read from his eyes that this man is lying, blaming Nigerians instead of taking responsibility over the way they conducted the election. It wasn't free, it wasn't fair, it wasn't credible. And they did not keep to their word. After billions were spent in ensuring that they had the technology to make sure that the election was hitch-free, that the election was transparent, but they never kept to their word. Now they are running like little rats in circle and going to court and sending their lawyers to come and lie, people to come and lie. But I'm telling you, they've been caught with their hands right inside the cookie jar, and there's no escape for them. And Nigerians, we must stand and follow this case to the end, even though they refuse to televise it. And I don't know why APC will be resisting the televising and INEC will be resisting. And I guess the court, just for peace, they had to let it go. But I mean, we can't be backward. After so many years, many nations, even many African nations now, are televising their own post-election issues. When people are challenging the outcome of an election, the best thing to do is let everybody see the court proceeding. Let people watch it real time. But now, people are just there only writing for us to know what's going on. But I trust the judges are smart people. They can read what is going on. They can read the body language of INEC. They can read the body language of APC and the body language of all the people that are behind that whole scam to ensure that Nigerians are disenfranchised. But it's not going to happen. And so that's why I am not supporting the issue of Mahmoud Yakubu coming out to apologize to Nigerians, because he will not want to do it, because doing it will mean he's accepting the fact that he was part of the scam and that they stole the election. That's why INEC is hiding the information they're supposed to release to Labour Party, and Labour Party, up till now as I'm speaking, they've not released everything. Why should they be secretive? If they conducted a free and fair, credible election, and if it was open and transparent, then they should have nothing to hide. Any document that is requested from them, they should give it. It's not personal property that they should be keeping away. And that's why we see what is going, the back and forth and the back and forth. But I'm so happy that Labour Party and PDP have been able to get some of the evidences. They're bringing witnesses to court. So let's see how the case goes on. But I'm telling you, I can't understand how heartless some Nigerians are. People like Mahmoud Yakubu, Festus Okoye, and some of the others. Heartless, lying broad daylight, hiding the truth from Nigerians. Well, I see they are working for somebody else. I want to speak to the current president. Actually, I call him a placeholder until this case is over. I want to speak to you. If you genuinely care and love Nigerians, don't interfere with what is going on in court. Let the truth come out. Fear God. I speak to your wife. They say you are a pastor. Please speak to your husband. We want transparency. There should be no interference. Leave the judges to do their work. Nobody should be bribed. Nobody should be terrorized. We want to see justice, at least for once in Nigeria. People are saying, but how can a president be removed? We've never seen it. There's always a first time. We are more concerned about justice than about how it will feel Running a nation is got nothing to do with feeling. If you talk about feeling, people are already feeling disenfranchised. People are sad. People are depressed. People are hungry. People are tired of corruption. They are tired of insecurity. How far do you want to push Nigerians before they give up? So that's why it's important to do the right thing. I'm very, very confident that history is about to be made in Nigeria. I can feel it strong within me. Justice will prevail in this nation, at least for once. The judges are going to do the right thing. I'm not saying this because I am partisan. I'm saying this because I stand for truth, and truth must prevail in Nigeria. I still believe strongly within me that a new Nigeria is about to be born. Let's not give up on our great nation, because the future is bright, I can tell you. I want to say thank you again for watching. Go ahead and share this video.
So, welcome everybody. Romari, long time. How now? Good to see you, girl. Welcome, welcome. Neka, my darling. Welcome, everybody. Greetings to everyone. Greetings, greetings, all my village people, the ones that are here and the ones that are going to come maybe at some point or that will be listening in. Greetings to you all. I want to quickly run through these videos before we start talking. Naija, Naija, the matter, eh? Nigeria matter, but we cannot give up. Oh. We cannot give up because you know why? You know why we not fit give up? Mona ask me why. Why we not fit give up? Hey, may I answer? Because I know so na dey ask for una mind. Before una type why, me go answer una. That's the only country you have. There's no other country. Everybody fights for their own. Why our own go different? As Africans, we literally built most of the West. Your ancestors built most of the West. You know what I mean? Most of the ancestors built most of the West. It doesn't even make sense for you to build your own. Who's nobody, and yeah, you can see, everybody can see, it's very clear. These people don't care. They don't care about you. As long as they keep taking from you and getting the resources, and they have the worst leaders representing you, they don't care. So you don't have a choice but to fight. Nobody's coming to fight for you. Nobody's coming to help you. None. Nobody. There's nobody anywhere coming from the west, east, north, or south. It is you. You see why we no fit talk? We no fit stop to the talk. Maybe in the past, people that a lot of people, a lot of us were ignorant, complacency, docile. So the matter, the thing your was reach where it was reach, and they intentionally not allow a lot of people access to education because they didn't want people's eyes to be open. But we're in an era now where the truth is right in your face. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to fold your hand and be crying and be wailing, or because I hear some people say, "Oh my God, the problem in Nigeria is overwhelming." You know, I beg, I don't tire, Joe. I beg, anything will happen to Nigeria, make it happen. I beg, I can't. I need to. I want to focus. I want to do this. I want to do that. By the end of the day, it's going to come knocking on the door of your heart. If you pass the buck, maybe now your children here they go for put. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? You see this Nigeria matter. You know, I think it was Peter Obi that said it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. I don't forget who talk about. If somebody reminds me, it really is not. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon because we are literally sitting on or looking at decades, centuries old corruption that has roots. You know, if they say Iroko tree have been a timber, one of the trees, the roots they go very far into the ground before it dey take time for you to start seeing the growth spot of that particular tree. The reason why e dey take time na because e dey the roots go very deep. E go first work on the roots something dey happen underground, and then when e start to dey come out, dey sprout, that means e don already lay the foundation for the roots. Anybody wey know the tree name fit put am for comment section. So what we're doing right now is trying to undo decades old corruption. You see why we can't stop talking? This is why we cannot stop talking. This is why we can't pretend like we don't know what's happening. We can't turn our eyes, we can't close our eyes to it, we can't turn a blind eye, because it go still smell on your front. you know and for those who say, what, Nigeria matter, I don't blame them. It can be overwhelming. I don't blame them. But one thing I want those people to remember is nobody's going to do it for you. Nobody's going to do it for us. And we cannot spend the rest of our lives, blaming outsiders for something that we can take care of for ourselves, that we can handle, and we can work on. We already see Peter Obi has literally undone some of the corruption in one election cycle. Look at the expose in just one election cycle. Look at the expose that has come out. The things that have come out now, you can't unknow it. At least you know how bad it is. In just one election cycle, in exactly 6 months, this man was able to undo what these wicked people have been doing. Shone light in every dark corner. All the plans that they've been planning behind closed door, everything all open in one election cycle. So imagine if a lot more people come out and push back on this. Imagine what we together can bring about in that country. you know I'm just me just dey talk my own. I get more videos to showcase for now. Make we first go through all that one. Kene, welcome. Thank you, Kene, for reminding people to like. I appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, victory all the way. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, they only care about their pockets. That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. Um, Ovaya say the fact is crystal clear that from all indication, Agbado never won. Yep, the judiciary through the judges needs bold step to deliver justice. But the question is, do they have the liver? That's the question, Ovaya. Now, so me sef dey ask the question. I sit down and dey look. Romari and Kenny, I dey see una. Oh my God, two of una dey crack me up. Kenny say crush me like Cameroon. Oh my God. Kenny, yes, they are not serious human being. Yeah. Romani crush Kenny like Cameroon pepper. Oh my God. INEC will soon admit what they did. I know the Amazon. Actually, let me play that video because I say I get videos to play for now today before we start to the talk. Let me see. What's that? I already played that actually. I already played that. Let me play this interview by our. Sure, most
It
of
has
them.
been a beehive of activities in and around Nigeria's seat of power ever since Bola Tinubu was sworn in as president on May 29, 2023. Everything he has done between then and now has borne the imprint of a man who is not bothered by the prospect of disrupting the system. Now, in order to get things done in double quick time, but again, not everyone has forgotten that the legitimacy of Tinubu's declaration as winner of the last presidential election remains a subject of litigation before the Presidential Election Petitions Court. In a matter of weeks, the tribunal will be expected to give a verdict on the petitions brought against him by Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party and critically that of Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. That verdict, any which way, could potentially have far-reaching implications for Nigeria's political development and jurisprudence for students and teachers of the law going forward. Now, before we have our guests join us, I mean, Steve, this is definitely one for the books. I don't think we've ever had something, it's almost like we're holding our breath, waiting to see, because everybody is waiting to find out what the result of this particular election tribunal is going to be. But we're already seeing the president about a month in after his swearing, doing everything possible to make sure less than a month, he's been able to do so much. Yeah. But okay, we have our guest now, so let me just introduce him and then we can further this conversation. Now, Akin Oshutokun, a chieftain of the Labour Party who was Director General of the party's Presidential Campaign Council, we expect to get an update as well as his thoughts on Tinubu's Democracy Day warnings to the judiciary to avoid decisions which, according to him, could be capable of scuttling the nation's democracy, among other issues of national importance. It is good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be back.
All right, then. So let's start with this. The president gave his Democracy Day speech last week. And one of the things that he said, and I quote, is, "It has become imperative to state here that the unnecessary illegal orders used to truncate or abridge democracy will no longer be tolerated." Now, there's been a lot of reactions to this. A lot of people, especially in the legal space, have said that this particular statement is a reckless threat to the judiciary and is deliberately targeted at the eminent justices at the Presidential Election Tribunal. I want to know what your thoughts are on President Bola Tinubu's statement.
Well, this kind of talk by the president didn't just start today. Before the election, when he was going to Chatham House in England, he told people who were having lunch with him in open mind that elections are not won a la carte. You snatch it, grab it, you do that. So look, on that circumstantial evidence alone, he has imputed, fraud to his own aspiration. So that kind of person who had said that, it is counterintuitive. I would be unrealistic to believe that that person will not make an effort, to want to rig the election. The same thing happened when, in the course of the currency redesign, which he has, regardless of its, negative impact, he did, post a challenge for those who want to use money to manipulate the election. And he said so clearly, he assumed that guilt. He said the currency design was targeted at him. So what will you need money to do? In what respect is it targeted at you? Nigerians felt the impact of what was going on. But if we are now appropriating it, that it is targeted at you, it's an implication of what you intend to do, to influence the election. So coming from me, I mean, it's not, people can be conventional, right? They call it Freudian slip, whereby See, look, there's something ironical that is going about. People say, look, the fact that all the three candidates scored 1 in 12 states, was the Labour 11 and Abuja, is an evidence that the election was competitive. But what if in reality the election was not competitive? That reality, so you see, it's working to the answer, right? That after all, you are evenly, the thing is evenly split, but in reality, what if the election was not competitive? And, logically, the background against which the election was held was a situation in which the APC government, had totally failed the art of governance in governing this country. it's counterintuitive that to believe that Nigerian voters will go to the polling booths, and go and vote in the same people. Now, there was something I did, prior to the election. I talked with my friends. I deliberately went to, sample opinions that, look, almost families in which you have young people, the younger generation, including, maybe the father and the mother, they have 4 or 5 children who have age to vote. I deliberately went out to ask before the election that, look, the young people, I will ask them, who do you intend to vote for? And believe me, there was nowhere that I got a different answer from saying that they were going to vote for Labour Party. When the results were released, people were saying that, I said, look, call any young person that you know on that day of the election, anybody, any young person, that who did you vote for? That the probability is that, and the 90% probability that the answers you will get, right, is likely to be that they voted for Peter Obi. So against that background, look, in Lagos, I was living in Lagos for quite a while. So if there are 4 or 5, 6 people in a family, let us assume that only the parents, the father and the mother, they will vote for any other party. You now have 4 children or 4 other members of the family saying they will vote for Peter Obi. As I said, I'm not guessing, right? This is what I did. So
What happened? Uh-oh.
Can't go? Do this to clear out
the
stuck
heck?
poop fast.
What's going on
Fiber
there?
helps you poop,
Commercial
right?
is nítorí Ọlọ́run.
Okay, well, we're having just a little bit of a technical glitch there, but that will be sorted out very quickly. Now, just bringing the conversation back to you, he was making some very important points regarding why, he obviously they believe that at this point, the election tribunal in favor of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was speaking about the percentage of youths that had voted as well. But while we wait for him to return, I think it's important to begin to look at the election tribunal as it stands, especially because we already have a sitting president, and how that in itself would affect our democracy at the moment.
Yeah, I think Mr. Oshutokun is just getting set to go right into the core of the tribunal, the quality of legal representation, the quality of witnesses that they're, the evidences that they're bringing forward. The preambles that he has started with are personal assessment of what he witnessed. When you say that you have, when you're talking about 90% of the youth voting for Obi, where will those youths be, for example? And who authored such statistics? Will he be in the states where Mr. Peter Obi won convincingly? He mentioned Lagos, he mentioned a few other places, especially where he had personal encounters. But will that be the case in many of the other states, particularly in the north and in the southwest, where Peter Obi didn't win? Would that be a reflection of how the youth voted too? So I think that it will be important to stay with what is being presented at the tribunal. All right, so we have Mr. Oshutokun back. Good to have you, Mr. Oshutokun, and you were making a point, so I'll let you land on the point that you were making before we go. I ask you to go further, deeper into the quality of the evidences that you are presenting at the tribunal at the moment. But land on your point, then I can ask you the next question.
No, look, you are talking about the tribunal. There are some things that use the circumstantial evidence, which I was speaking to. I was not merely saying that about demographic distribution of voters. I did make the point that the presidential candidate of APC at that time, who is the president now, said in London, everybody listen to it, If you want us to win this election, snatch it, grab it. So what do you expect from? And then, of course, what you quoted him saying about truncating the democracy, unnecessary. If you take both of them together, it adds up. Now, of course, in Nigeria, again, it's unrealistic of me to believe that people who have the capacity and the opportunity to vote, to rig the election, well, of all the three principal candidates, the person who has that advantage obviously is the APC candidate. So if that APC candidate had said this prior to the election, so it adds up. Of course, we are talking about it. So these circumstantial evidences are part of what the court will consider.
All right.
The tribunal, we have a case, we have evidences, we have I think, but look, the judiciary itself is under unnecessary stress set. The judiciary is not supposed to elect a president for the country. All right, so it is unusual what we now go through in Nigeria that about, immediately you have this election, you proceed to court, asking them to choose an election, the winner for you. And this is quite unfortunate, especially against the backdrop of what a Senator Bukachua, said openly on the floor of the Senate, that he influenced his wife, who was the Chief Justice of the Federal Court of Appeal, to favor senators here. No, he said it openly. So by now, I would have thought the NJC would have invited him to come and clarify what he said. Here was a man confessing, that in collusion with his wife, who was the Chief Justice of the Federal Court of Appeal, they manipulated election results. So, Nigeria is such a country that, when you look at whatever case you want to make about, you have a surfeit of evidence, to prove your point. Now, look at I was saying the irony, of these 12 states being shared by the principal candidates. It is almost a statistical impossibility for you to have three candidates scoring exactly in the 12 across the country. There must have been an intervention of human agency. The probability of that happening is so low that, but as I said, they're working to they will tell you that this is an evidence that there was no fraud in the election. So it serves that purpose. People, they are using a dishonest, evidence to argue that this should not have been the case. So look at Abia State, for instance. You had the returning officer in the Abia State who said, she was rejecting, all pressures to act one way or the other. The same thing, coupled that with what happened in Adamawa, where the returning officer announced arbitrarily. Okay, so if that is happening in the process, if this is what these are evidences that these are public issues. Now, you draw your inference from that are those people the exception or the rule? I believe that it is rule. In Nigeria, you hardly will find anybody who has the opportunity and the capacity and the inclination to rig, not doing so. Right. So this is the kind of situation. If you want to talk about
those are the things that you have presented to the tribunal, and it's better, it's safer to let the tribunal decide on it. I just wanted to have your thoughts quickly on the first 3 weeks of President Tinubu. He's been getting a lot of accolades, and I'm sure that you have been following. What would be your assessment of it? And do you think that this, in any way, all the accolades that he's been getting, can be a factor in what eventually comes out of the tribunal? Because this is a president that is riding the waves very high, and people are applauding him. What are your thoughts on his first 3 weeks?
What are these accolades that he is getting?
Exactly.
He started by saying fuel subsidy is gone, right? He went back and said, no, he didn't say so. It took the GMD of NNPC to categorically come out that no provision had been made for the sustenance of. So I don't know what you mean by accolades. The man, the president is being sworn, he said this. A day or 2 days later, he went back on what he said. So look, let us get, we are dealing with people who are experts in propaganda, in manipulating public opinion. So I don't know what he has done. He has he suspended Emefiele and then him over to DSS. Emefiele was an agent of his predecessor. There was nothing that Emefiele could have done on his own, autonomous of the president who appointed him.
Attire.
The same thing with Bauer, the chairman of the EFCC. Look, as I said, look, you are dealing with Nigerians can be gotten easily. Nigerians can be cheap.
Easy.
In getting excited over nothing.
Over nothing.
So I don't know what you mean by accolades of what he has said. Is it really people who go to visit him, or what? What is it that? What is, in your own opinion? What is it that is?
I'd like to come in there, Mr.
Accolade,
Osuntokun.
deserving of accolades.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akin Osuntokun, Chieftain of the Labour Party and Director General of the party's presidential campaign.
See how they cut him short. They just cut the man. Well, maybe the girl was trying to, God, these people are jokers. These people are jokers, I tell you. Hey, my people, this is not play. I don't know why Nigerians true why we say una dey quick dey carried away. They don't give una candy, tom for that matter, very cheap candy, tom. They don't give una tom una don't forget. The man is trying to worm his way in. They try to make room for himself. That's what they told him. When you come, just do this. Nigerians are very easy. Once you do this, they'll be praising you, and then you will now start. You will come pull leg for that. What do they call them? You come pull leg for accelerator. You come they give them woto. By that time, they go come. They talk say, when you start, you do the best thing. Now the people when you even oppress, now they will come they praise you. Don't worry, we know how to do. Nigerians, we know them. Hell, Nigerian, tom. Not be even better candy. Wetin e don do? How much is petrol now? Petrol is 500 per litre. An oil producing nation. And in some places it's more expensive. The people wey get the oil is more expensive where they come from. Make that make sense. And then your so-called agbado, all the people when he surround himself with na northerners and westerners. That's it. One person from south according to them, and another person from southeast. Welcome, my brother Jay. Long time. Welcome. Good to have
my
you.
sister. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank
How's
you.
everything?
We thank God, my brother.
Greetings to you, my people, everybody. See, I just wanted to make some comments. What is going on right now in Nigeria is, I don't know what to call it. It's like, I don't know. There's a movie called Planet of the Apes.
I don't watch that movie, man.
So now, look, our people. I don't want to abuse our people, and I don't want to do it because we are not all stupid like a lot of people. But unfortunately, our people are behaving like that. Okay, just because a man comes in, announce a fuel subsidy, gone. He can't be waiting as they do. People they visit them for
loan. He give them loan when
student loan.
tie their neck.
So make we even talk about the loan. we were the West, right? We take the loan to go to school because there's a job waiting for us. And because we know that we have the capacity to pay the loan back with the job we are going to get. Now suddenly they want to do the same. This is what we call misguided policy. Just because you see, say then they do them for Western world doesn't mean you should do it in Nigeria. Before you start to introduce student loan into your economy, into your educational system, you have to know that we have the job to support the student loan. That's number one. Number two, you have to look around and say, okay, what if people don't pay those loans? What are you going to do? There's nothing. What are you going to do with them? People are even taking loan now to go and do business. They're not paying back. And when you harass them tire, what you go do? You know how many loans are unpaid that you are now going to do so that Kuku give them grants. All this subsidy you are talking about, that you are giving subsidy to take the subsidy, you divide the subsidy into two. The well-to-do people, they don't need the subsidy. Okay, give the money to students because you know that you won't get it back if they don't pay. Then there's no guarantee that they will actually get a job. There is no guarantee. So you have not created the market, which is the job for people to go and be getting student loan. You have not done that. So the moment you are creating a system like that, you don't even know what you are doing. And that's an example of what this guy is doing. That they are saying, how is he doing? He's doing well. And suddenly people are satisfied. People are satisfied. People are satisfied with his performance. I don't even know what to call it. That we Nigerians are very easy to rule. And that
I
is
see
the
they
reason
give
why
them
they did.
tom. How much be tom for Nigeria? They don't go up small. They
You know
give
what
them
I always
small
say?
tom. Oh,
Back in the days, I used to say that a 10-year-old boy can rule Nigeria. A 10-year-old. You
much
understand?
true.
10-year-old. If you just put them there. So that was the only reason why they got to that. That was why they pushed it to that place and say, look, once you get there, that's it. Don't worry. Leave the let me go and push me. Push me. However, I don't care. And that is why Mahmoud do the mago. I was telling someone yesterday, I said, look, he has the backing. He has historical background to say that, look, and Shebi Yaradua stole the election. And Shebi Obasanjo also did the same thing. Shebi this person did the same thing, right? So he's looking at it from perspective of everybody has done it before. Why is mine going to be different? But what he forgot was that, okay, those people stole the election pre-Beavers era. You stealing election in post-Beavers era, you are number one. You are the first person that will steal an election in a Beavers era. And you have to understand that it's difficult. It's like remember back in the days, I will say it. When people they go Oluwole, take a passport, they go do something to it. Anybody will try that one now, you just dey play because the chip wey dey inside your this thing, e get your information. So if you take someone and say you wan go Oluwole, na joke you dey play o. The same thing, you suppose know the era you are in before you approach INEC say this is what you want to do. So evidence dey boku wey be say you wan do. If you wan steal election for now, there is a way, but not the way they did it. Na the polling unit dey suppose do am so that the what do you call it, the electoral act will not be violated. But they did violate the electoral act. And I've always said this before. In the beginning, months ago, I told you, I mentioned on this issue, I said, look, we're not going to get these technical grounds where they will say, 25%, they didn't make 25% in Abuja, so the election is over. No, this is my own personal belief. The judges have been approached. We'll be joking to believe that they haven't approached them. And the lashing out during his his speech, where he went out and threatened them, it's obvious that there's something going on underground that he's not happy about. And he had to come out because I believe the judges are sitting around the table and say, look, if we have a way, for example, I'll use this example. If you want to make somebody help you, you must reach your hand up. Like Yoruba will say, you know that adage or whatever they call it, Yoruba this thing. You say if you don't raise your hand, nobody, the person will raise hand, na in they carry, right? So if you want to make somebody help you, you must have the loophole for the judges to come and say, okay, yes, there's nothing, INEC didn't do anything wrong. Tinubu won the election. But I believe that they are looking for that loophole, and they want to know, the judges want to see everything. They themselves know the truth. They know who won this election, but they want to see that evidence that will say that, look, in as much as we are trying to help you, Oga, President, we know fit because this is what they put in front of us. And it's becoming much clearer that the moment how do you defend that Amazon is coming to you saying that the server is not down?
There was
There
no
was no attempt. There
That's
was
the
no
video I'm
attempt.
even trying
No.
to play, but I want
Yes, that's the thing. So there's no attempt. There is no attempt. There were no attempts at all to even hijack the server that day, throughout, both the day before, the day, and the day after. And that Amazon is coming in. And I hope this lady will be able to also tell us that somebody went in to change the password. I hope it's going to get to that point. So that, look, it will be glaring. The INEC decided to do it. But what they said, what is more important here is two things. They said they shut it down. Okay, fine. We've already agreed that they shut it down. But also, let us also agree. When they said they shut it down, they said they were trying to attack them. They were trying. And that was why they decided to shut it down. Now we are seeing the person from Amazon telling us that there were no attempts. And that also destroyed Lai Mohammed's assertion, or Pantami's assertion, that they shut it down because there were several attempts to attack the server. So going back to what I said, the judges are looking for that big evidence, big loophole that they can say, okay, well, I know, that they didn't meet 25%, but that's not what they are looking for. 25% is supposed to have even nullified this guy. It's supposed to. But the way Nigeria works, that 25%, they will find a way to make it irrelevant. And that's what they have done already, up to date. Now, to back it up, so before they can nullify this election, they will have to prove to the bottom of the election that, look, he did not win this, he did not get 25% here, until we're able to strip it down to that level before we can now say, okay, yes, okay, okay, now they will now go back and look at the 25%. They will now add it to whatever they have done and say, okay, Tinubu only had 25% in 20 states, plus he didn't get 25% in Abuja. But to now say 25%, that's the end of it. No, I don't think we operate like that. It's sad that a bunch of people in Nigeria are criminals. And that's basically what it is. They are criminals. People that are celebrating this thing. People that are supporting him. People that cannot look and say, this thing is not right. Let's come out and speak about justice in the country. Look at all the people. I have a lot of friends. They are celebrating all these appointments that they just made.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at them. Don't you see that these appointments are lopsided? This is exactly the same freaking thing they did during Buhari. They flooded, everybody just flooded his own people there.
Exactly.
What else?
Repetition. No, nothing.
He's deliberately sidelining the Igbos.
not, it's not only the Igbos. The
It's
South,
terrible. The South is terrible.
no
It's a
Edo
Yoruba
person,
thing.
nothing. Only
It's a
one
Yoruba agenda. This thing
God.
na Yoruba. Look at what he's doing. He's bringing all these militants to the
Hey.
house. Militant, oh, the militant, they get priority. Militant,
See
they get
Asari
priority.
coming to sit
Eh?
that
In front of the coat of arms.
ah,
The coat of arms is behind him, sitting
he has
on
bastardized that seat.
and I'm sitting around. Do you know why he's doing that? He's not doing that because of this. They are preparing. They are preparing for what is to come
Yes, you're right.
because he's not going to go. And I've said this. That is why he's moving in at a fast pace.
Yeah,
He's
but it's not
moving
going
in.
to go. The question is, you think people are going to fold their hands and watch it?
Well, see, here's the thing, and I'll
Because
say
there's a
this,
lot of outrage, There's a lot of outrage. I'm sure
I've said
you.
this about, I've said this about the psychology of our people, the psyche of our people. I've said this before. It boils down to the psyche of our people that they are banking on the fact that Nigerians are easy to rule.
No, you know what
And
though? Let me to that, Jay. Let me just say this. To that, the people that are excited are the people who already supporting Agbados already. And the majority of people that are celebrating, the ones that are now saying, "Oh, let's leave him now. Let's see, he's doing this, he's doing that." They were already in Agbado's pocket already. This just gave them opportunity to air whatever it was that they've been carrying all along. I can tell you for free, a lot of the South people are not happy. Some of the Northerners are not happy. There's a lot of outrage on the ground. What you see are the ones that already are in Agbado's pockets. It's not every Nigerian that they're able to fool, even though, yes, it looks that way because we're not, it looks like we're not seeing enough outrage from the ground. A lot of people are
well,
not coming out because they are waiting patiently for this whole tribunal to be over and they're looking at Peter Obi. At least I can say that. Because I've been on some spaces on Twitter and man, people from the ground, it's not funny, But yeah, I just wanted to say that.
my sister, this is what I know, and this is my own conviction. You see, the same way that I've been advocating. Remember, I've been advocating for some sort of organized um, protest somewhere we're heading. After the election was stolen, the gravity of what was done was enough to cause some sort of civil disobedience, but it did not happen, and that was why they had the nerve
But
to
they have a
continue.
reason. They have a
No,
reason for this.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah, I
They
know you're
had.
going somewhere, but they have a reason. Every time that
I
people
know the
want to
reason.
come,
I know the
right?
reason. Our principal has been calming people down. I know that,
Not even
and
that.
also people
The fact that
people have
they
a
cry people,
historical.
they
Yeah, I
cry
know.
them.
That's why I say historical precedents set by this government. That I call them this government because that's the same thing. They are the same.
It's the same, yeah.
Yeah. So they have a historical precedence that shows that they will do what they're not supposed to do to people, and that's why people held back. My problem is that you are right. The people that are already in Agbado's corner are there. They are the ones celebrating. If you go to Abuja, you see all of them wearing the cap, the sign.
Exactly. Hmm.
The Yoruba people don't full ground for Abuja now. Say, now them get Abuja now. You go see them. Plenty. Now, what is going on? They say, those people are there. They are solidly behind him. Then you now divide them into two. You have to look at the other side. People that are on our side. Then you now have people that are also on our side already. It's like a pie chart. You now take that middle ground whereby people don't they a little bit like make we give am chance. He don't they do. He don't they do this. He don't they do that. My issue is this: when they finally say, okay, this, and it can go two ways. When they finally come out and say he did not win the election, now, and they give to a principal, for me, he has to be solidly declared and said, and when I mean, this is what I mean by solidly declared. You have to, push out a new result. You have to push out a new number. For example, say our principal get 9 million, Tinubu gets 6 million. You have to write the election result. Once that is out, because remember they are saying that I know we had the result. There are results floating in the background of every state, but we can't really push it out there. People have to see the magnitude of what was done. It cannot just be, we look at it, okay, we'll give one. But you have to come out emphatically and say, this is what happened, this is what happened. They turned off the server, they did this, they did that. Then,
But that's already out there now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the judges, let's not say this is out there. Let the judges put it in their report.
But you
Once
know,
they push it out,
Shebi, is it not when they give the judgment they have to say that? They haven't given
well,
it.
there are ways they can write that report that might reflect or might not reflect some things. Let's just be careful with that. But what I'm saying is that once that comes out, if it comes out with that detail, we might get people that will go out to fight for it.
Right.
But if it comes out with a very light this thing, some people are already sympathizer of this Agbado. They will say, we want peace. Let's go and pray. Because I know he will not leave. I know this. My mind tells me that he is stubborn. And he's going to say, and that is why I say he will not be tolerated. Remember that statement. Any judgment from judiciary will not be tolerated. I don't think any leader, any president in Nigeria has ever said something like this. Even if they had it at the back. Well, if they had it, like, they will have it at the back of their mind that they will not listen, they will not do anything when judiciary passes any judgment. But they don't say it. They never comes out and say, I will not tolerate whatever the judges say. Which country? They say, maybe in Colombia.
Like, did you not hear when he came out, Agbado?
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying, you are not understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that is what he said. But what I'm saying is, which country? Then they do that kind of talk. If not be Colombia or Mexico, you understand?
When Buhari indirectly they threaten the judiciary.
Buhari was never, even though that was what he did, he never came out to say I would not tolerate anything done by judiciary. He's like basically what he's doing. Let me tell you what he's trying to do. He's trying to act like he's vetoing the, what do you call it? The House. You know how when the Congress in America, whenever Congress says, I will veto, the American president always say, I will veto any law that comes out. They come out, but they never go to judiciary and say, whatever the judiciary say, I will veto it. No, I don't see. I mean, this is like a brazen act. And we, as Nigerians, we are talking about it, but that should be a major news in Nigeria.
But a lot of people, to be fair, J.O., I don't know if you're I don't know how active you are on Twitter and stuff. People are talking about it too. People are really talking about everything that is happening. So to that, I can't even pretend like I've not heard it especially on Twitter. It's been making a lot of rounds. So that's why I said that most people that are coming out, right, that are saying, oh, let's just give him a chance. Oh, you see, he has given this one. You see, he's doing this. They were not standing on any ground before. They were in the middle, were teetering on the fence before. Those are people that have easily moved forward. I see them celebrating on Twitter now. Most of the people that are celebrating are actually from the West.
Yes.
That's just, very, very, the funny thing, some of them, you hardly see any northerners celebrating. Only very maybe like a few, like one or two. I don't see. Most of them are not, because some of them didn't. A lot of them didn't vote for this guy, and they are direct recipient of the suffering that is going on in Nigeria. So a lot of them are not happy because their homes and villages have been taken over by bandits and terrorists, you know. So that's why I'm kind of, I know I don't have all the answers, right? I only hear what I hear. I know that there are a lot of people that are outraged on the ground. I know that for a fact. And everybody is waiting. I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen to Peter Obi when he came on the Twitter space. And I think Aisha Yusufu hosted that. One of the Aisha Yusufu and some people on Twitter, they hosted that thing, and Peter Obi came on. People were asking him, directly, point blank, like, you're the one that is making people hold back, because we cannot allow this whole thing continue the way it is. And he said for him, he's chosen the side of the court. He wants to go to the court. He wants to see it to the end. He will encourage everybody to please that we should
Hold
see
on.
the end. I don't know
Okay.
if you were there. Yeah,
I saw that.
yeah. It was
You
a
know,
long interview, so I wouldn't
yeah.
even blame you if you didn't stay through the whole thing.
No, I saw snippets of it.
Yeah, so he makes,
He's right.
yeah, so because the truth is the way it is right now, we have to, we have to think of ingenious ways of tackling the people that have held us bound for centuries. We cannot do it the same way. Let's just be factual. We've lost too
Yeah.
many young, vibrant souls in that society. A lot of people that could have been providing solutions to us have been gone, right?
Yeah.
Because of the radical way that the government that we've been saddled with, the way they handle their citizens. So we cannot continue to do that because it is always an expectation from them, and they're always ready for it because that's what they thrive on. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I know. I understand.
yeah, so that's why for me, I would urge every one of us that are Nigerians that are believing for a better Nigeria. Look for ingenious ways. There's so many ways that we can do things and protest that will have even more effect than what it is right now. There's a lot of work for us to do on the ground, by the way. There's a lot of education that needs to go on on the ground. There's a lot of sensitization. It can't stop. We have to keep
My
doing
sister,
it.
I
Mr.
got to say
Kel,
this. I know Mr. Kell.
What happened though, Mr. Kel? Your
Let him come back,
connection.
please.
Okay,
I
I
would
don't
love
know.
to even hear him. So
Yeah,
let
Mr.
me
Kel,
even
come
say
back,
this.
oh please.
There was something that I remember. I know some people in Nigeria that were saying that people will go to their houses to fix things like artisans. Yeah, and they'll be talking, and those artisans are not Yoruba, but they met a couple of people that they were talking to and say, "Who did you vote for?" Some of those people lie. They will say they voted for Tinubu. You understand?
Yeah.
Because they are thinking that all Yorubas are for Tinubu. So later when they start hearing, they talk and talk and talk and talk, and they see those people are criticizing Agbado, then they will now you now start seeing a different conversation from them. So it's so a lot of people silently voted for him. They couldn't even come out and say, "Oh, this is the person I voted for." You know. So and I also wanted to say something you said about the people that are celebrating. I can tell you, I told you about my WhatsApp group
Yeah.
from secondary school, and it's so nauseating. Like you need to see the way they are going back and forth today. They are posting CVs. They are posting resumes of the people that were appointed. They were debating. I think I know him. I think yeah, he was here. He was. This is what They were like going back and forth in a positive way, in their own positive way, talking about the appointment. I say at least he appointed them by himself. He did not get any list from anybody, this and that. And I'm like, and you people here, you are so bigoted and so bad to the point where and my wife was like, you're supposed to exit that WhatsApp group. You're supposed to just delete and move on. I said, I know. Some of these groups, I don't even make comments there. I just use it for relaxation. Like I just pick up one or two things when they are saying it in the background. I'm looking at it. But it's so painful to me. You understand? And my wife
Right.
was like, do you remember those? You had some people in your group that were like minority, they came from like Igbo and all things like that. I say, you remember? I say, you remember that girl? Remember this? Remember? I say, yes. I say, they've silenced that girl now. I said, they silenced her. They drowned her out with their bigoted conversation in that group. I said, so many people are like that. That we even there was one time I came out on that group after the election and I was going back and forth. I had one guy too that we were together, we were on the same side. And you need to see the way one guy came after me. He went and typed this textbook, like some English word he was one back and forth. He got to the point where he was almost like abusing me.
Wow.
And one
Are
guy
you
had to come
serious?
after him. One guy came after him and said, look, you are talking to your classmate. You should not be talking that way. Because I ignored all these negative comments. Because all I did, I was just saying, look, your guy, your principal, I was stating the fact. And I said, look, your principal cannot come and tell me that we should vote for him after he brought us the worst. And this is how I knew that guy was stupid, the guy I was chatting with on that group. He was defending Buhari. Can you believe that? That guy was defending Buhari, that Buhari was like, did a lot of great things in Nigeria. And I said, are you serious about this? I said, you created a rail line. You created a train system that people couldn't use. You borrowed money to build something that people cannot use. Do you know the implication of what you just did? Do you know that that's a bankruptcy waiting to happen? A system you build, and he said it kept going. And I'm like, and he's supporting this Agbado. It's just the decadence in the minds of especially the youth, the educated ones in the West that should not be going in line with this Agbado man. It's shocking to me. It is amazingly shocking. I'm telling you. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. Mr. Kell is not back. What's going
No,
on with
he's
him?
not back. I'm just, if you're done
Oh,
talking, I'll just go ahead and play
I'm
the
done.
clip.
Oh, play the thing.
That's okay. So,
I saw him there and I was looking forward to
yeah,
hear
me
his
too. I don't
side.
know. Maybe he had to go do something.
Mm.
Maybe if he can, if he has time, he can come back.
Yeah, he'll come back.
Yeah.
Media TV. My name is Mazes, okay? Monday, the 19th of June 2023. This is an update of the Labour Party versus APC, INEC, Bola Tinubu, and Shetima. Today, we are going to be bringing you the update as to what happened in court. Seated in court now are the Labour Party team. You can see P2B there seated already. Senator Ireti Kingibe also was in court today. We have so many other people. The legal side of the team, you have Livi Uzuku, you have all the great minds here. One critical thing stands out today. Today, someone from the Amazon Web Services, AWS, will be testifying and will be the star witness of the day. Before we go further, we beg of you to like, share, and subscribe to this platform, Njenje Media TV. Now, let's get into the meat of the matter. The court started its proper sitting around 2:30 p.m. His Excellency Mr. Pitobi represented the Labour Party, that is the petitioner. Dr. Livy Izuku, SAN, led the legal counsel, while proceedings were handled by Anichebe, SAN, and JS Okutepa, SAN. The witness for the day was called upon, that is, the seventh witness so far. But the respondent, that is, the APC and INEC, including Shetima and Bola Tinubu's legal representation,
said they wouldn't cross-examine her because her witness statement or the statement of oath was served to them just this morning. Now, this has been a reoccurring thing from the Labour Party. What we do not know if this is a strategy, because recall that in previous witnesses, they were served on the day that the witness appeared in court. It could be a strategy, we do not know. Beyond that, it is also has become something that we have noted on this platform that in most cases, whenever the respondents oppose any motion from the Labour Party, the court normally overrules. In this case, the same thing clearly also played out. The court agreed for examination in chief to be done today, but cross-examination. The witness for today is a female cloud engineer and a system architect with Amazon.
What is happening?
If you're feeling tired and sluggish, it could be due to the buildup of toxins in your body. Modern research has revealed that
But like I hinted before, the court overruled and the court admitted the evidence and, with an exhibit number. Her witness statement on oath, in which she referred to her resume and employment verification, were tendered. First, second, and third respondent all objected to her resume, but did not object to the employment verification. Fourth, now we are beginning to think if these level of details, the health status of these servers were in the green, that means there was no power surge, there was no downtime, one would then begin to wonder, why did INEC then suddenly, in the time of the election, or rather in the time of data collation, why did the senatorial, the House of Rep, all went through? The servers were all working. We are heading somewhere without basically preempting what will happen then tomorrow during the cross-examination or how the court will rule. But we can already tell you that this is heading to a place where clearly we will have evidence. At this point, after the court had admitted and tagged all the evidence, giving them exhibit numbers, SAN JS Okutepa brought to the notice of the court the continuous refusal of INEC to obey court order despite all efforts being made. He added that the only few LGAs, that is local government areas in Lagos and Gombe, have been received. Now, people, this has been a reoccurring decimal. Nigerians, there is no way where it makes sense that INEC, at this point, the legal Iroko, Dr. Levi Uzuku, also brought to the notice of the court the dishonesty of
What is going on?
in all, Dr. Levi Uzuku, SAN, went on to appeal for the cooperation between councils of the interests of the profession. The court stated their interest is to be fair and to deliver justice to all parties involved. Nigerians, in whatever means that we can, we must also lend our voice in tasking INEC to live up to expectation, to obey court order, and to stop. After all the deliberations, all the respondents, that is, all the people there on both sides, that is the Labour Party, the APC, INEC, and Shetima and Bola Tinubu's legal team all agreed to meet and cooperate with the petitioners. Well, we at Njinji Media can only tell us it remains to be seen. We hope this will be the last time the legal team will bring something up like this in the court. On this note, we say thank you very much for joining us as proceedings ended around 4:30 this evening and the case is adjourned to Tuesday, 20th of April, 2023. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m., we are back here again in court. Be rest assured, here at Njinji Media, we will keep doing our best to ensure that we'll bring you these updates as they happen. Again, if you haven't subscribed to this platform, by all means, please click on the like button, share this video with others, let them also get the facts as it happens. Subscribe.
Okay. That's it. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of people already are aware that about the Amazon employee that came to testify in court, saying that the beavers or whatever, IREV or whatever, that there was no glitch. There were no glitches. So clearly, it was definitely something going on there. So it further convinced or further proved the fact that these people did a lot of corrupt practices behind the scenes to get the results that they got. So somebody definitely changed the password so every other person could not upload. That's what happened. So that's what the employee from Amazon came to confirm, which is a very important piece of the puzzle. Anyway, let me play this thing for us to listen to.
He's working. Let's work with him. Let's do this. Oh. This life not balance at all. We are saying it that this government, when many people, some of our youth with their support, he's working. Let's work with him. Let's do this. Obedient. Obi is an Igbo man. They are obedient. They are emotional. No problem. This government, we said it before, that anything that comes out of this government, we all are going to bear the penalty. You understand? Now, even many of you, the APC supporters, doesn't even know what is going on in the country now. Now, Tinubu is about to sign into law now, into bill now. Our Christianity is going to be run in Nigeria. Bangam, all those pastors where they can't disturb us for lying, limon, they shot everything. We could have radio now. Won't start now. Should be that Kaduna when it happened because the flyover get a building and flyover get a cross, the sign of cross, the demolition. He say because Kaduna not be. When I hear that statement, everybody cover that statement. Nobody they publish them. You say because Kaduna is not a Christian state, it's a Muslim state. When everybody hear that one, it's like nothing happen. All of now, and many media they cover, they're not publishing, they're not talking. No problem. We go face anyone for the country. Now, Tinubu is about to sign into a bill. Our Christianity should be run. The hidden agenda now, it don't come as a or the hidden agenda now, it don't come as small. No wahala. That same Tinubu, the IC talk after everything, IC sign into bill now that federal government can no longer sponsor university again, meaning there is no free education anymore. When I see that news, when I cover that, if they work, it try. He tried, they arrest everybody, arrest everybody, no problem. They are all corrupt. Let him arrest them. But let him go and arrest INEC Sheman. Let him go and arrest Aisha Buhari. Let him go and arrest Buhari himself, who started the corruption. Let him also go and arrest Malami. No problem now. We look, we be obedient now. No wahala. Anything is up for the country. All of us, we go use our head, take carry on. Let's go, get gay. You don't sub. Now go see. Now, Brigade and Aliko Dangote, they want to meet with Tinubu, which we all know that Brigade is never a good person. When I don't say Brigade, all waiting day after 9 pocket. Brigade, any country you go now to implement and to encourage the leaders, for them to sign rubbish into law, for them to sign rubbish into law. Very soon, I'm going to see different sickness for Nigeria. Even the Brigade old people, they don't even love him anymore because they know that man is selfish, so selfish that all he think about is about his pocket. He doesn't have any feeling for human rights. Brigade can just enter one place one day, enter one lab one day, just do any sickness, come and say the sickness go escalate for the whole world. Money go free in pocket, money go enter your account. Now everybody know that man. Now Tinubu won't sit down with. They happy to make it come. No problem now. We did the country. Let's go get it all set. More this yam. And Asari, this war we say you want try set for ground. So I pity for you. You are bagging and you are lobbying, you are doing all your things, saying all sorts of rubbish. And this one, may they forget to follow the, may they forget the position we say to follow the. Okay, if that thing we say you define, if you set, even that your kirika, we say you don't put under your feet, you don't go size you to stay because now you be God of kirika. Go before you go talk for public.
So, now the year, make I play another one for now. If you never clear, make it be clear. All the people when they shout, "Yay! Now our brother did there now, our pikin did there now." I want make una.
So which they want regulate for Christianity?
Now I
I know
want
you
play,
want.
so make we hear. Due to regulate practice of Christian. Now I want play now. We could the person come on Arise News. May all of us listen to them.
Wow, a lot of passion being expressed there. And to further interrogate the basis for this position on this offensive bill, we are now being joined by Sonny Ekuwusi, a lawyer and the chairman, Human and Constitutional Rights Committee of the African Bar Association. You saw him speaking in the particular report. Good to have you here this morning. Now, let's start it off. I'm looking at it closely because according to the 1999 Constitution as amended, Section 38 speaks to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion.
Yes.
And
Maestro,
the
can you
question is, this particular bill, does it violate Section
Of course,
38
it
the
does
1999
violate
Constitution?
Section 38 of the 1999 Constitution because it is something that, and don't forget that Nigeria is a secular state.
Yes.
Okay, the state has no right to interfere in the way religion is practiced. There's a separation between the state and the church. The state cannot interfere in the way churches are run because these are two different entities. But now we have this bill that's trying to interfere, okay, in the way Christianity is run. It's even going and saying that there's going to be a council in Abuja, National Christian Council for Education, which is now going to prescribe syllabuses for schools at all levels, which means primary school, secondary school, seminaries, universities. So you're going to have Redeemer University, for instance. A council in Abuja is going to say, these are your syllabus. We're seeing this is quite dangerous. Dangerous because, where we are coming from before now, there have been corruption of syllabuses in schools. They'll be teaching our kids LGBT, masturbation, and all that. I'm a lawyer. At one time, we went to court. Now, these people abroad, because they are putting pressure on African countries to destroy their human capital. So this is not just hearsay or conspiracy theory. I am inside because I go to United Nations. I know what is happening. Now, they are coming with this bill, and this bill obviously is being sponsored from abroad. So you have a council in Abuja where they will not prescribe a syllabus, and that syllabus will contain LGBT and all that. You contain masturbation, because they are targeting our young people who are in school so that to destroy them. That South Africa has gone. South Africa in this matter, when I say it's gone, means that South Africa has legalized LGBT, transgender, and all that. And the United Nations is also involved, United States, and all that. Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States, has gone around 10 African countries. They must legalize LGBT. Now they are tackling Uganda for the legalizing the LGBT. What we are saying is that we are different. Each country should grow with its own values. We are different. They should leave us alone. We have our culture, we have our own values. We can't interfere in the way they run their country. They should not interfere in the way we make our laws. You are talking about the 10th Assembly and that they should be very careful. Yes, we think they should not only that they should not be rubber stamps, National Assembly, but also they should be wary of the kind of laws that they pass to make good laws for the people of this country. People are suffering in this country. Okay, right now, people can hardly eat and all that. So what we need is good governance. We don't need all these laws that have to do with LGBT and all that. What is all this for? People are hungry, people are tired, they need medical attention, okay? So if these people are abroad, if they want their own good, They should build hospitals. They should take care of our roads, electricity, and all that. Or they should, give scholarship for education. But they should not be putting pressure on us to legalize all these things. That's where I'm coming from, because I know. I've been in this for so many years, so I know what is happening. When you were in school, probably you had very good textbooks like Things Fall Apart, Macbeth. Now they have all changed them. Now what they are changing them is sex-related things, They don't have cartoons for babies, children that are under 5 years. What is all this? Now this council is coming, and they are saying they are going to establish a council in Abuja that's going to recommend syllabuses. Christian denominations are different. I'm a Catholic. I'm not going to accept things that is not Catholic. You have Anglican church, you have Redeemed, you have different churches. So how will a council in Abuja now recommend syllabuses to the seminaries and churches and schools of this world? It is a violation of human rights. As a lawyer, I'm saying that this is not acceptable, and that bill should be dismissed because it lacks merit. They are going to meet in Abuja next week. The people who are sponsoring the bill, they are going ahead because they had a Zoom meeting. And we told them, look, this bill is not acceptable because it's violation of people's rights, okay? Because I have a right to worship the way I like. You cannot tell me now, okay, start worshiping this way. Don't clap your hand, don't shout. No, it's my right. I know if I do anything against the law, arrest me and all that. But don't tell me how to worship, because this is practice that central to every human being, the right to freedom of, like rightly said, of conscience, freedom of religion, freedom, even privacy. Okay, so this is very, very sad that because what it means that Nigeria is heading towards like China or the old Soviet Union, where religion or Christianity is undercover. You can practice it undercover because the state has encroached, and you're not seen to be worshiping the way you should worship. So we are saying that this is in bad faith, and democracy is about right of fellow people. I heard you talking about the 10th Assembly, and this is something that presidential democracy that promotes the right of the people. We all have this right, basic right, and nobody should try to violate it because it's called fundamental human right. One right to freedom of worship, freedom of conscience and all that. And we are in a secular state. The state has no right to prescribe the way you and I should worship.
All right, then. So I would like to come in, Mr. Sonny. As a lawyer and a human rights activist, how would you characterize the potential impact of such a bill on the freedom of religion and the rights of Christian believers in Nigeria? And what specific provisions in the bill do you find particularly concerning or problematic from a legal and human rights perspective?
Section 7 of the bill describes the functions of this council, and what it says that one of them is to regulate, to collect, to certify of religious instructors, which means pastors, priests, Catholic priests will be certified. You need to have a license in order to practice your religion, which means if you are holding a Christian crusade, say in Lagos, and you don't have a license from this council, they will shut it down. We are saying this is not proper. Okay, that section 7 talks about the functions of this council, saying that they have to collect, certify, train your pastors and your priests. Come on, this is not acceptable because, you have your faith, you worship, you have your pastors, you train your pastors or your priests the way you want. The council in Abuja should not. That's why we are saying that this bill is being sponsored from abroad. Like I said earlier that many NGOs in abroad have been putting pressure on African countries to, legalize terrible things, LGBT and all that. So, and this is one thing they are trying to do, okay? To make sure that we don't live as a people because they are afraid that we might become a world power. This is not a conspiracy theory. I go to United Nations. I've been involved at meetings. So international, I travel a lot, so I know what is happening. And this is dangerous because it's more important than politics. People think that politics is the first thing. The first thing is culture, and at the heart of culture are values, okay? You can't even grow a democracy without values. Look at what's happening in Nigeria because crisis of values. If you have a crisis of values, you can't succeed in democracy. You can't get the democratic dividends we are talking about. And these people are putting pressure on us to destroy all those values that we hold dear. And we are saying no, 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 because by the time these things are destroyed, we are finished. That's why I'm saying that it is more important than politics, because people think that economy is the best. Or what? No, because this is the most important, your culture and your values. By the time you are destroyed as a person, you can't even be alive to, to be in politics. Well, that's why we're saying that this is very, very important. That's why I've come here today to say, look, we need to be very careful, because it will affect every one of us, whether you are a Christian, you are a Buddhist, you are a traditional religion practice, or internet free thinker. Because by the time they are not giving you a syllabus, how you should think, how you should live your life, it is terrible. I told that they have already corrupted the syllabuses, biology, chemistry textbooks. They are no longer what you, maybe when you went to school. They now put a watermark inscription saying that my mother is a harlot. We'll go to court over this. The integrated science that you know, it now has masturbation, it now has how to put on the condom. Even mathematics, they now said, they want to supplement, they said 40 condom minus 2 condoms. Wait a minute. And these are just for our babies. Boys and girls in JS 1 and 2 are meant to learn this. So we are saying by the time we wake up, they are going to destroy us. You know what's happening in Europe now? That they don't have people. First of all, they have migration problem. The young people are being destroyed. Why is it that Canada is opening its doors for us to come in? Because they're short of manpower. UK is the same thing, because they are destroyed. So we can't allow this to happen, because Nigeria is a potential world power. Don't forget that if not for bad leadership, Nigeria would not have been in this shape. Nigeria would have been a world power. We have the human resources. We have natural resources. Now, these people abroad, okay, I don't want to mention names specifically, they are afraid that we might one day, because they want to destroy our human capital. They want to destroy religion, culture, okay? And these are things that are dear to us, okay? I when I was growing up, I grew up in a cultural setting. I'm a true Nigerian, so if you destroy that, you have destroyed me. So that's why we're very much concerned and saying, look, the National Assembly should make sure that laws that they pass are good laws that will be for our welfare. Look at the way we are suffering, okay? If they are interested, they should make a law that will protect our lives. You know how many people who are being killed? How many Christians who are being killed? You know this girl who was killed, this is Deborah, was killed in Sokoto till date. No justice for Deborah. So if they want to make a law, they should make a law that protects our lives and property. You know, that is key. That's key now, because you can't, I can't go to my village without, I'm afraid. So first thing is security, okay? Instead of making this law that has to do with the way I worship, the mode of my worship, whether I'm going to, that's not proper. It's going to affect all Christian denominations, redeems, Catholic, Anglican, everybody. So they are not giving their universities syllabuses and their seminaries. Imagine Catholic seminary, like a bigger seminary. We now have a syllabus from a council in Abuja given to them to. Wait a minute, this is terrible.
All right,
so
okay. Permit me to come in here.
Yes.
And my question will be,
yeah,
why Christianity?
Yes.
Understanding that there are 3 main recognized religions in Nigeria: Christianity, Islam, and of course, putting in indigenous religion.
Yes.
So the question is,
why Christianity?
Why Christianity?
This is something, yes, I also asked myself, why Christianity? Because don't forget, this is not the first attack on Christianity. We have had a licensing of marriages, Christian marriages. I was also involved in that argument. We also have putting provisions in Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, provisions to gag Christian NGOs. Somebody has gone to court, the lawyer has gone to court, and those sessions have been knocked off. So there have been an attack on Christianity. And this is what we're very careful, because it's equity and fairness, That why not apply, everybody should be on the same playing field, a level playing field. You don't take one religion. We have Islam, we have traditional African religion, we have Buddhists and all that. Why tackle Christianity? Not only tackling the way Christianity is being operated now, they're also killing Christians in this country, the case of Deborah. and all that, and many Catholic priests have been killed. So what you are saying is that, look, don't take exception. Democracy has made a level playing ground for all of us. It's equity, okay? What is good for the Ganda? How did they put it again?
What is good for the
Is good for the Ganda. So a level playing field for every one of us, and don't discriminate against anybody, because discrimination is also unconstitutional. Section 42 of the Constitution. So let live. Life is let and let live. That's my concern here as a lawyer. Life is let and let live, and what applies to A should apply to B. That is secular state. That is democracy. Don't target one religion and say this religion, if you want to practice your faith, because what they are saying, the background for this bill is saying that they are not happy the way some Pentecostals preach, you know, that they are a little bit radical and they are a little bit, you know, but they are not the only one that preach like that, you know. Other religions also make that kind of thing. So why take these people? In any case, if they offend any law, arrest them, take them to court, okay? I mean, let justice be done. I'm not saying that people should be spared. If you be that somebody in trying to practice Christianity offends the law, let the law take its course.
Okay.
What we am against is that you don't tell me the modality and the way I should worship, because that belongs to me and my God. And you don't give me a syllabus from Abuja and say, by now your school should be teaching these children so and so.
Okay. I would like to come in here, Mr. Somi, because we don't have a lot of time left.
Yes.
Now, you've spoken about the broader trends and patterns that you've observed in recent times, even in international bodies. But before you go, I want us to talk about the strategies that you believe the CSOs and organizations that stakeholders should undertake in response to protect the rights of Christians going forward.
I mean, this is bigger what you're doing. I mean, just speaking out, you know. And next week, when they're having this summit in Abuja, some bishops will be there, including Bishop Kuka. They're all going to be in Abuja to try to ask questions. What is happening here? So advocacy is one, because nobody should take to violence. No, it's just advocacy to make our views felt that we are making now, and also to let the Christian pastors or whatever to come out and say, look, this is not acceptable, okay? There should be a dialogue. I mean, and before you do anything, there was no prior dialogue before this bill came out. You have dialogue and say, look, I'm bringing out something, is it going to be stable for you? Don't just come out with something and then just want everybody to adopt. So I think we need to dialogue more, because that's what democracy is all about. Our representatives should assess our will. They should do, they are representing us, They are not running their business.
Of course.
They are our representatives in government, so they should promote our interests. They are not running their business. They are not doing us a favor, okay? So they are representing you and I, and we should demand that they should represent us well. That is how democracy started in Greece. Representative democracy, people who represent us and promote our aspirations and our interests. And when there's a conflict between that, we should try to say no, because the people are suffering in democracy, okay? Leaders are not the sovereigns. We are the sovereigns. The people are the sovereigns. And we should demand for a better thing in legislation, no? And you have your representative, you should know the name of your senator from your senatorial zone. I should know the name. And if he's not doing well, I'll say, look, please, what is happening here? So it's about representation, good representation. That's what democracy is all about. So advocacy, okay? Telling them, look, the proper thing as we are doing now, so that the laws that they make should be good laws. Okay. I also make that in the incorporation of bills, there are bills that are incorporated into our body law. They should also incorporate good laws. You don't incorporate laws that have to do with LGBT and all that. These are foreign things. Somebody cannot stay in New York or Washington, D.C. and tell me how to make laws. We are different. It's a different country. I cannot, or our president cannot tell the U.S. how they should pass their laws. We should not interfere the way we pass the law. They are not saying that Uganda, because they have passed anti-gay law, they are going to be denied the American visa. Wait a minute. This is the internal affairs, and they have passed anti-gay law. Respect it, because they have gotten their independence. They are sovereign. They say, well, Nigeria is a sovereign country. We have our independence. So we should make laws that is in line with our traditional, religious, philosophical aspiration as a people, not just to copy what is done abroad. Okay, we are different people altogether.
All right, I want to say many thanks to you.
Thanks a lot for coming.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time here.
being
In the morning show.
Man, I thought that was okay. Guys, what do you think about this interview? Let me come to Mama Echo really quickly. Mr. J, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. Mr. Louis Okonkwo, thank you. I really appreciate the super chat. Now, don't encourage me this evening. Thank you so much. Mama Echo, are you there? Are you ready to speak? Okay, let me come to. Okay. Mama Echo.
You see, I wish their law is applicable to all religion.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He actually
Because
said that.
Christianity in Nigeria self, it tire me. Maybe all my children, when they do bad thing, majority of them, not because they come from. If they have taught them value, if what they preach it in the pulpit is what they practice for these my children to see, all the things when they do, so they go do it. The children see say what they preach to them in the pulpit is different from what they practice. So they choose to practice what they practice instead of what they preach in the pulpit. Everybody go come, they say now God called them. When you catch them with bad thing when they do, they go say now the work of the devil. I be not be waiting with the see for Nigeria be that. And they ask,
not true you talk, Mama Echo. Not true.
Not be waiting the happen for Nigeria be that. Nakademus Suleiman, when they knock my daughter for every corner, he not say na God call her. If God call her, why Ebola they run about? Make we use Suleiman as an example. So before we go deep, because me I stand for truth, justice, and fairness. All my children, when they do this all the nonsense to survive, I won't ask. Majority of them not come from church. But in the pulpit, they go preach different things. Outside the pulpit, they go practice different things. Where they learn am from. Me, I grew up for Sunday school class as a child. Not be Sunday school. Some useless Sunday school teacher, they use their bola, they bulala my children. Not be there. Not be church woman go get problem, go for counseling. The so-called counselor pastor, they go the bulala the women. And they also. Not be church. Woman say never get pregnant. He go meet pastor for counseling. They go they sleep with another, sleep with her in the name of counseling. Say they are bulala. He get anointing. In as much they target Christianity. If we have practiced through Christianity that Christ reflected, all this nonsense go happen. People when they redeem, they go say without the gate of redeem, you're not going to make heaven. Redeem, not like deeper life. Deeper life, they're not like mountain of fire. Mountain of fire, they're not like Catholic. Catholic not like Anglican. Not be waiting their ground be this. And they ask. Because if we as a Christian, before we condemn this, what kind of Christianity are we practicing in the so-called Nigeria? Christianity of tithe and offering. When they do the atrocity, they don't know the devil. But when they catch them, They go say that the work of the devil. The question I want to ask, do they do meeting with the devil before they commit the atrocity? When we lost our position as the salt of the world, when we lost our position as the light of the world, this is the consequence. We just start. The day we stop preaching Christianity of tithe and offering and focus on the Christianity of our soul, that is the day we practice true Christianity. So anything will happen, now we cause it. Because if we were true Christian, okay, two wife, if Tinubu wife, maybe they say be Christian. And yet he support his husband to thief my children's mandate. Christian, okay. Yes or no? He not supporting his husband to thief my children's mandate. Does true Christianity really say you should steal children's mandate and come begin to parade yourself? I want to ask. Not be redeemed Christian church, they ordain as Christian. Abi? So before we go fight this fight of so-called Christianity, before we go kick against this bill, when we go say they target Christian, are we practicing true Christianity? Because the Bible make me to understand that they were called Christians in Antioch because their life reflected Christ. Our daddy Geos then. Are your life reflecting Christ-like? Apostle Johnston Suleiman, because you go preach nonsense on Sunday to kick against this bill, is your life reflecting Christ-like? Is it what you preach in the pulpit, you practice? I want to ask you now. Because me, I not go support nonsense. All of you now, Daddy Gio, you have ruined our life. Yes. Una ruin our life. You've taught us nonsense. Because what you preach in the pulpit is not what you practice outside the pulpit. So that is what gives room for this. And if una want even pass bill for us now, make una bring bill when it go take us to our true culture. Because in our real culture and tradition, you don't steal. You don't. Because our real culture and tradition kick against stealing, kick against killing, it kick against all this immorality we are practicing. So therefore, make una bring bill that support our true culture. Cultures are fierce. Culture for which they will teach you, remember the daughter and the son of the person you are. That was the culture that brought me up. So let us call a spade a spade. And I beg, make una bring another bill that also address the Muslim. Because the Amajiri that they are practicing in the north is not practiced in Mecca. Yes. Make una bring bill when go suppose say no more nonsense Amajiri practice in Nigeria. Because all the people that that are singing, that support Amajiri, they send their sons and daughters to the Western world to go and get education. So why must Amajiri only belong to the poor people? I want to know. Then all of now when they support this nonsense, not when they go buy human parts to they do power. When I want the truth, make we tell ourselves the truth. Who is buying the human part that makes some of my children to they commit this evil? Who is buying it? Not be these useless politicians. Not be them. Not be them. So, all this una nonsense. Una go stop. Because my children, they know the truth. They know say the one that they teach them for this una so-called useless religion in the name of Christianity. And what you people practice is against the Bible. It's against the Quran. So they choose to do what they practice in truth. And that is what brought us here. Therefore, if we want change, let's go back to our culture.
Very well.
Our culture support our practice as Christian than even the so-called Christian we put in mouth, we talk outside the pulpit. Therefore, we have a battle to fight. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Mama Ichu. Thank you. No lies detected in what you have said. None. Sir Louis, good evening, sir. So good to have you. It's an honor to have you again.
Okay, good evening, all of you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. So how everybody there?
Everybody is fine. Thank you, sir.
Sir Louis, good to hear you.
Mama Ejo.
Papa, we hear you.
Yeah.
We hear you, sir.
Yeah, I dey listen to all of you now when they talk.
I know say Christianity when they grow up different from what they see no.
Well,
Papa.
the thing there is every religion has their own extremes. No, you see the extremes are on both sides. Because if you look at the Muslim religion, for example, it has its own extremes. If you are not a Muslim, you are called an infidel and killed. You see, like Deborah that was killed, nobody protested, nobody said anything. And then during the election, we had the APC had some fake pastors and fake bishops and all those things. And nobody responded. If you do that in the Muslim religion, they burn the whole place down. But they did that, nobody said anything.
Yes, they go hire fake bishop.
Yep.
Go hire fake bishop and the so-called Daddy Gio, they said nothing.
Nothing.
They did revolt. They did nothing. And now they work on defense. Yeah. The time when they want bring one law, when he affected that and offering, the Daddy Gio, Adebo, not go to Aso Rock.
Mama,
so that's basically what it is. So what is happening? You see, what is happening is what we have is religions. Because when we talk about Christianity, we're talking about people following in the footsteps of Christ. So not all people that proclaim Christianity are Christians. You see, because he said, Jesus in the Word of God says, by their fruit you shall know them. Even in the Muslim religion, they have the Shiites, they have the Sunnis. And the thing that Nigerians don't know is that the Muslims in the north don't buy into the Muslims that the Yoruba and Igbos and some other Southerners are doing. They don't buy that. Because the ones in the north are Sunni Muslims, which are Fulanis. They are tied to Saudi Arabia. And I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember when Ibutiki resigned as second in command to Babangida. Babangida was the one that registered us in the Islamic organization and put Nigeria as one of the Islamic countries. I've been warning, even when I preach in churches, that the Christians are sleeping. Now, if you look at Turkey, Turkey was 98% Christians. And they were sleeping when the Muslims took over Turkey and turned it around to 98% Muslims. So you now come to Nigeria. I blamed Obasanjo for it because Obasanjo was the president when Yaradua, Shehu Yaradua was the governor of Zamfara state. And what happened was that's when they instituted Sharia and even put it into our constitution. So we have a Sharia, like a Sharia Supreme Court in Nigeria. Now they are beginning to get into the Christian realm. And if the Christians keep quiet, because what they are saying is that the Christians are making noise. There is a mosque in Anambra State. When I wake up in my house, which is about 5 miles away from that mosque, you can't even sleep because their microphone is way out there. And nobody has gone out there to warn them about it. So what we need to do is we need to start speaking out about all these things. The problem is we're in the middle fighting each other. Have you ever seen any Muslim condemn Christians that were killing, that were being killed? You look at what happened after Muhammad Buhari left. There were 80 Christians killed in Benue. There were 60 in Plateau. And nobody condemned that. Even the Muslim that Tunumbu is, the North does not, the Fulanis does not trust this type of Muslim. You see, and that's one thing we don't know. So what are they doing? They're throwing that division in the South, and while we're busy arguing about all this kind of tribalism in the South, they are busy trying to pass laws that will tie us up. And our legislators who don't put pressure on them. We need to start putting pressure on them. Writing them letters, whether they read it or not, we write them letters. You see? Even in America here, some states don't even go with the gay thing or no gay thing. But in Nigeria, now you may be surprised that some of your legislators are already practicing homosexuality. But you will know that. Some of them abuse young boys. You see, it's been there. I did census in Medugri in 1973. And you can see that. But then they hide it very well. Even in that Medugri, they will say, oh, we don't drink. Who don't drink? That's a lie. That has an alcohol in it. They will buy into all that. You see? So we need to start pointing some of these things out. You see? Because if we start fighting, oh, Christians and tradition, in Nigeria today, we don't have values. I don't care whether it's Muslim or Christian or tradition or anything. We don't have values. Because what we're worshiping is money. It's money. That's what we're worshiping. Because if we're not worshiping money, you won't see people embezzling billions and billions of naira and don't even have shame about it. So it's the worship of money. That's what we have in our culture today. You see, when a young man gets a lot of money, the parents don't even ask, where did you get this money from? The parents say, oh, God just blessed my child. You see? So we're worshiping money. Because even parents are afraid to ask their children. You see? I remember I was in Nigeria and there was this cousin of mine who was building a house. And I asked them, what is he doing? They said, oh, he's doing business. I said, what type of business? And nobody could name the business. And they want me to come there and pray. And I said, no. I need to pray for something I know about. I cannot pray for something I don't know. I hear them there praying that, oh, God just helped him and God blessed him. And all these people praying don't even know how the boy got the money. It was later on, after I investigated, I found out that he was part of the Yahoo boys. And some of the elderly people were saying, oh, he didn't steal any money. He didn't steal any money. He was doing business. So we've lost that value. And how did we lose that value? Because the head is rotten. And we don't have any role model. We don't have role model in the church. We don't have role model in the mosque. We don't have role model in our tradition. We don't have role model anywhere. And then you see our educational system, they trash the curriculum. So now we barely don't teach anything. No values, nothing. You see? I remember when I was younger, if you buy akara that they sell for half a penny, and you come in, your parents will ask you, where did you get the money to buy that akara? And you have to explain it. They won't even let you pick money in the street. If you say, well, I picked the money in the street to buy the akara, that's another problem. Because then they will ask you, do you know who threw away that penny that is looking for it? You see? Yeah. So what we're seeing is total loss of values. I mean, just look at this election, for example. Is somebody stole an election and somebody is saying, oh, he's doing very well, so let's move on. What type of values is that? So what are we telling the children? Oh, you can steal, it doesn't matter. You see? And the people that are saying this are people like Wole Soyinka that I used to respect, and all these other elderly people. Oh, believe what you are doing. It's okay. Let's just move on. The election is done. Just put Nigeria first. All these people talking about putting Nigeria first, if they have put Nigeria first, we won't be in this predicament. But they have never done that.
No.
You see? So when you look at what they are talking, I've had that before. When Obi was going for his governorship in Anambra State, it was the same type of talk. His party abandoned him. His town abandoned him. The church abandoned him. His own Catholic church abandoned him. You see? Everybody abandoned him. At least in this one, he has some Labour Party senators and all those people coming to the court. At that time, none of them were coming to court. As soon as he won the election, he won the court case. Everybody jumped out and want to be part of him. You see, but the thing there is, when they were saying all these things, they were saying, "Oh, Ngige is building roads. Ngige is building roads. He's doing this." But what was Ngige doing? All the roads he built was in his town. You see, he should forget about it. Let's let Ngige move on. Yeah. So what is going on? So he stayed 3 years there. So the same process is going on. And people are saying, okay, and I'm telling you where the values are. Stealing is wrong. But the thing there is they use words like they embezzled money. They misappropriate money. We don't have anything like misappropriation of funds or embezzling money in any language in Nigeria. But we have the word thief in most of the words in Nigeria. So when you say somebody stole money, that has more impact than when they say, oh, the person embezzled money. And that's what they use in confusing people. So all those people that stole money, no repercussion. So that's how we're losing we've lost our values. You see, we've lost our values. You see, so now what are we doing? It has sneaked into the church, it has sneaked into the mosque, it has sneaked into traditional groups and all those groups. I mean, look at the ones that call themselves traditional people or whatever they call themselves. Did they come out to support Tinubu? Anybody that comes out to go against Tinubu, they will fight the person.
Yep.
When they know that position was stolen. You see? It's like somebody coming to steal your car and stole your car and driving around, and they say, oh, leave him alone. At least he washes your car, he waxes your car. That doesn't mean anything. He stole my car. You see? So that's where we lost the values. And we have to go back and call a spade a spade. When somebody steals something, we have to say they stole it. And then there will be punishment for it. There's punishment for it. You see? But here, we're not even saying that. I mean, just look at what we just done. We had an election where we said they stole the election. and they know they stole the election. And the court could not stop the swearing in of the select president. So what did they do? They quickly rush in, install him, and then they tell him just consolidate power, nothing will happen. And like I told somebody yesterday, I said when the court decides that Tunumbu, the court decides that Tunumbu did not win that election, he will leave. He will leave. Because Nigeria will explode. Nigeria is sitting on a gunpowder right now. And people don't understand that. I see some of my friends in the diaspora writing all kinds of nonsense on the forum. And I said, well, I don't blame you. In the United States, a lot of blood was shed to get to this point in the United States. I said, one day they are going to wake up and tell you to go back to your country.
Exactly.
You see? So there is no punishment for anything. There is nothing. You see? So we need to get back to that. And what we need to start telling, instead of us fighting and doing all those things, what we need to do is point out those things and start getting to our religious leaders that they need to start getting back to the basics. You see, getting back to the basics, because in Turkey they were busy building churches. They were building churches. By the time they know it, they lost their whole congregation. You see? But instead of preaching to the soul, instead of having things that has value in them, we've lost that value. And if we don't get back to that value place, because in Nigeria today, the value today is still as much as you can. Still as much as you can.
Thank you very
So
much.
I asked the question, how do we get back to that values? We have to keep saying it. You see, we have to keep saying it. So I'm thanking everybody on this line. Don't get too upset. You see, don't get too upset, because that's what they want us to do. Get upset and then move away from the goal.
Right.
One of the goals is to get this mandate.
Yeah.
And the person I'm watching is our principal. Our principal person is focused. It's not even moving. You see, it's not even moving. His focus is focused on that. And that's where we need to focus. Because when we get that mandate, then we can do all these changes we're talking about. If we don't get the mandate, it will be worse than what we have now.
That's right.
You see. So I thank everybody and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okonkwo. Thank you so much for your submission. Honestly, everything you have said is exactly what it is. You know. Thank you, Mr.
My daughter Omoye, thank you for putting this platform on. I know it's not easy.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's, we, like I say.
God will bless you for that.
Amen, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's only the only country we know now. We can't do anything else. We have to. We can't be quiet. Gone are the days where you say, "Oh, I don't want to say Nigeria man." You have to. There's no other option, man. And these people can just wake up one day and say, "Everybody go back to your house." What do you want to do? Yeah, you want run go. Now that time you won't start to dey make plan. I don't understand. So for me, I don't know. I don't have any other choice but to keep using my own voice, the tiny voice when I get. If not to shout, make I dey shout and dey go for whoever go listen. That's the power that I have currently, and I will wield it. Everybody gets what they need to do. Everybody get role to play. So whatever your role is, just dey play and dey go. Because you see this country, we must get it back. We have to. We don't have a choice. Eben, welcome. Long time. Happy Monday to you. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's been a while. I've
I
been away.
know it's been a while. Happy Monday. Happy New Year. Should I say Happy New
I know, right?
Year?
Happy Monday to you as well. And
Thank you.
happy Monday to everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat section. I hope you guys had a great day.
Yes, we did.
Um, honestly, I thought I was just gonna stay in the chat and just listen in, but once you brought up the conversation, or rather the video about the proposed bill, I suppose, I
Right.
was like, no, I have to jump on because this is one area I'm especially interested in. I'm
Okay.
especially interested in it. And I think Daddy already said so much about
Yeah.
it. Mama Ichi also said a lot. But I guess I'm just going to say a few things to this effect. Again, one thing I believe in so much is self-reflection, much more than just looking at what things are being done. I really, really believe in considering why things are being done. So, what do I mean by that? Christianity, for example, and whatever religion you practice, for everyone listening in, one of the questions I believe we must ask is the why. Why exactly am I doing what I'm doing? If this is the faith that I believe in, why exactly do I believe in it? Hope it's not just a question of I was born into this, and because I was born into it, this is all I've known all my life. Why exactly are things the way they are? It's one of those questions that I believe as humans we must ask. Now, let me say this real quick. So there's some kind of personal research I'm doing, and the research is specifically about Christianity in so many countries, the kind of messages or preachings that so many other preachers in other countries are preaching right now. It's something I'm doing personally just to look at how far away the Nigerian church has so veered off of the truth of the scriptures that we believe. Now, the reason I say that is because I have looked at just the Nigerian church and many of the sermons we hear. Now, I wouldn't generalize. I'm just saying this relating to the very popular preachers or sermons that we get to hear. And one thing that I've discovered is there's a lot of coloring in the Nigerian Christianity. In fact, let me say it this way: the Nigerian Christianity is not exportable. It's not a commodity we can export. And the reason is because there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of irregularities, I would say, in the way we practice our Christian faith. I may not be able to speak about the Nigerian Muslim faith, but I can speak about the Nigerian Christian faith. It's not a commodity we can export to other nations. Because think about it, if you don't talk about God being able to provide your need, or the fact that the reason why a lot of people go to churches to pray is because they have a need in their life, there is no water, there is no light, they don't have money, they don't have a job, they're sick. If you were to take out all of those things, what else is left in the Nigerian Christianity or the Nigerian faith? And so these are questions we must ask. As a matter of fact, even the core of what Jesus Christ came to teach, honestly, the Nigerian church has veered so far away from it. I give you an example. I believe Nigeria is the country that has the most number of churches, not just in Nigeria alone, but even outside of Nigeria. Now we claim to be Christians. The same Jesus that we profess to believe, when he came to the earth and he lived, he never built a single synagogue. How about we sell all those churches and we take the money and we distribute to people as much as people have needs? How about we do that? How about we go back to the old template of people gathering and meeting in their homes and having fellowship in those homes? Because I can tell you from my experience, that was the one thing that at least helped me in my own Christian faith. It was not the churches we were going to on Sunday mornings. It was the house fellowship that we were having in my parents' home. That was what helped me. So how about we sell all these buildings and give to people that have needs? How about we bring people together, the homeless, the needy, the widows, put them in a place, give them shelter and feed them? How about that? How about let's not just even complain about, I know the government isn't working, that is one thing. But how much can the church is able to, in fact, the church itself can establish a government. And I'm not saying establish a government that contradicts the government of the land, but I'm saying as it relates to providing the needs of the people, the church can. Redeemed Christian Church of God, the camp, they have stable electricity. It never goes out. Can they not replicate the same? How about we sell all these buildings and begin to affect the lives of people positively? So these are the things that I'm looking at. This is just one area. I could go into so many areas. But honestly, I do agree with the fact that regulation is necessary and it is needed. Now, in what area these guys are trying to come at it, I may not support that. But looking at the Christian church in Nigeria, there is a need for a lot of things to be regulated because there are so many charlatans out there in the name of Jesus Christ that are just making gains off of the people. There are so many people there in the name of being pastors that are destroying lives. So how about we address that? As much as we are looking at the government at large, how about we address the problems that the church itself has? Again, we must, I'm saying this more specifically to everyone that is listening that claims to be a Christian. These are times of self-evaluation. The church, whatever church you're going to, whatever you've been taught through the years, these are times for us to ask questions. Because trust me, I have been asking questions. And what I see, at least the little Bible that I read, what I see in the scriptures and what a lot of these people teach and practice, they are polar opposites. They are completely polar opposites. So again, this is a moment of truth. Yes, I believe there's a need for regulation. As a matter of fact, even if we were to look at that alone, the church in the New Testament, they suffered persecution. Maybe we really, honestly, Sister Omoye, I think we really need this to happen. I think it's going to shape some things and put them in the right perspective.
You're right.
Christians need to
I
be
agree
put
with
on their
you. Yeah.
Absolutely. The church needs to be put on its toes so that we can remove those things that are not right and set things right. I will conclude with this. If you don't mind, there is a scripture I want to read for the purpose of driving home this point. There's a scripture I want to read. I think it's Micah chapter 3. I'll just read like 2 or 3 verses. Micah chapter 3. See what it says. Verse 9 says, listen to me, you leaders of, let me put Nigeria now so I really hit the point. It says, listen to me, you leaders of Nigeria. You hate justice and twist all that is right. You are building Nigeria on a foundation of buying and corruption. Your rulers make decisions based on bribes. Now, this is the part that addresses the preachers. It says, you priests, you teach God's laws only for a price, only to get paid. And that's very true. Why is there so much emphasis on tithing and offering rather than calling people to repentance? Why is there so much emphasis on tithing and offering rather than Christianity itself is one of those faiths that should really establish morals in any society? How about we go back to teaching morals? How about we stop talking about money? Let's forget about speaking of giving and giving. Let's just forget all that. Because there are people that claim to be Christians yet have nothing to eat. Still, you expect them to give. What kind of Christianity is that? And then the next line says, you prophets rather, you won't prophesy unless you are paid. It still comes back to money. So I'll conclude by saying this. Many of the things that I've seen in the scriptures that used to look like these things are so far away, I would look at it and consider, did Israel ever do this? Were they ever living like this at any point? Now it's easier for me to see the reality just looking at Nigeria. It's not so difficult to believe the scriptures again, especially verses like this. When I look into Nigeria, it's a clear duplicate of the same things that were happening in Israel at this time. So my conclusion to it is this: yes, we need regulation. Christianity needs to be, there are things, there are practices that need to be regulated. And honestly, again, we must reevaluate, we must ask questions. The things that we see in the Christian church, do they line up with what we see in the scriptures? Because Nigerian Christianity is so colored and it's not even attractive. I don't know if you've seen some of these Nigerian preachers when they invite them overseas to come preach in some kind of churches, and you listen to their messages. Sometimes it's so laughable because you cannot tell a white man you can't preach about his needs to him. He has everything he needs. So your message is not even attractive. Are you going to tell him God is going to give you money? As much as I know there are some churches that preach that, but by and large, a lot of the things we preach in Nigeria churches, they are not exportable at all. Nigerians, wake up. And I understand there might be Nigerians that have not had an opportunity to leave the country to really see how a working society looks like. But honestly, again, I don't know if the pastors just do this on purpose to keep the people the way they are, but truthfully, a change needs to
Yeah,
happen.
they do. They do,
And
actually.
I
They
do
do
believe
to
they
keep
do
the
that.
people bound so that they will keep being subservient. I would even go as far as saying that I think they're in cahoots with the politicians, because if they fix the roads, what are the people going to pray about?
Exactly.
If they take care of security, what are people going to pray
Exactly.
about? If they take away so many, I mean, there's no light, what are the people going to pray about? You
Exactly.
notice in Nigeria, when people are praying, they pray with every fiber of their being. They
Mm-hmm.
pray with so much energy. Do you actually see them break out in sweat
Yeah.
praying?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, so I would say that. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about practically done. So again, let's all start asking ourselves questions. There's a lot of things we've been taught, so much lies that have been taught us under the guise of spirituality, that we must start asking questions and begin to discard these things. Begin to discard. The Nigerian church is the one church that I know they emphasize so much about giving. And I'm not surprised that it's the same African American churches right in the US that do the same. Is there a problem with the black race? I don't know. It's a question I'm asking out loud. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? There's so many other people that believe in the Christian faith and they don't teach it this way. So, yes, I'm affirming again, there's a need for the Christian church to be regulated. There is a need for it. It might not be what these guys are proposing because I know they have a different agenda. But I honestly do agree to the fact that there is a need for regulation. Thank you, Sister Moya.
Thank you very much, Eben. I really appreciate the submission, and I'm actually honestly, I actually respect the fact that you're a Christian and you're saying it as it is. That's the problem that I have with a lot of Christians. You cannot just follow a particular religion blindly. You have to self-critic, you have to reflect. There has to be a place for common sense, for Christ's sake. There's a reason why God gave us all common sense. You have to be able to see through the BS. But unfortunately, the way the religion is being taught in Nigeria, they all move about like zombies. They give their life, everything, with nothing to show for it. The things that they ought to be doing, fixing the society, being a part of the community and making it better. They don't. They spend all that time in church. There was a video of a brother. I should have saved that video. It was a video that someone in Nigeria did. He said, you know, people spend in Nigeria, it was on a Sunday, he was out jogging. Everybody was in church. He said the crazy part is they're in church on Mondays, every day of the week. So he now said, so what time do you have to actually create? Because every human being has some level of creativity within them. So where is it time for you to even create for yourself, to even sit down and think about solutions for your family, for your community, for your country? They spend all their time in church. Either they are being what's it called, the ones that run protocol, or they are ushers. He was naming all of them. He was like, they spend that he literally, somebody who spent all her life being protocol officer in a church. At the end of the day, nothing to write home about. There was no ambition, nothing. And this particular person passed away. There was nothing. In fact, the church abandoned her. He now said it's a problem. Religion is a big problem in Nigeria. It's almost like they put a straw in the brains of the people and suck out all the sense inside. That's how it seems. That's how it comes across. Because even when you raise some of your concerns and say, come, this person, you see the followers pushing back with vehemence, like you forget that this religion, it was given to you. It was actually in a way forced on you. You didn't even come into your own realization as a person to even know, because you already have God inside of you, though. And it amazes me that some Christians don't even understand that. They feel like they have to be in front. And I say this, some the Christianity that you practice in Nigeria is like, you know, when they have a medicine men or babalawo in Nigeria, you go and meet a priest to go and intercede or pray for you or something. Is that same format that they transferred to the church. They took that same format. So when they're looking at the pastor, they're seeing that pastor as somebody who is holier than they are. They place that pastor on a very high pedestal. That's the problem of the church. So I mean, this video that we just played, I am supporting regularizing religion. I really am. The way Christianity is as we speak, even the Muslim religion, that's not how they practice it in the countries that it was brought from. That's not how. Most of them don't even marry multiple wives. You guys know that? Most of these people do not marry multiple wives. They may divorce a lot, but they don't marry multiple wives like the way they do it in Nigeria. And they don't abuse it. I'm sure they have their problems. We know that. I know some of the barbaric things that they do. I know. I have read some of the stories, right? But at least you can see that they are even making an effort for their people. So, what excuse do you have as somebody who came into the religion? You were talked into the religion. What excuse do you have? Where is your humanity? I'm in support of them regularizing it, but at the same time, like you said, Eben, I'm also concerned about how they're going to regularize it, because we know that these people have an agenda. We know that everybody ought to open their eyes, because if they are now putting their hands in your religion, the way you live your life and everything, what else? What else? There's a video going around about Bill Gates going to see Agbado and Mikano, all going to see Agbado. You and I know that the man doesn't have a good record. His own people self, they have things to say about him. So everybody needs to keep their eyes peeled to the ground. This is why I keep saying every Nigerian, you cannot afford to say, oh, Nigeria issue plenty. It will rub off on you one way or the other. You cannot afford to be complacent. You might not do it the way every other person is doing it, but just do not be ignorant of what's going on. These people are pushing, and they're pushing an agenda, and they're pushing it fast. Will you be caught sleeping while they're carrying out their agenda? Or will you be caught shouting so that they will hear your voice and even get scared a little bit before they do anything? I don't know. It's caught like, thank you very much, Romari. I've said it, I've told my relatives, I'm like, you guys act like you're in a cult. You act like you're in a cult, for crying out loud. Snap out of it. Maybe if I snap my fingers 3 times, you people will come back. Because you don't think. You don't even worry about the under whose cover you're going under. These people have something else. They're wearing something else inside, and they wear the hammock of a priest. You would think that they are priestly. They're not. They're doing something else at night time, and they show up on the altar during the day. You don't know where they've been. And then they putting hands over your head. You don't know what they've done with the hands. You know, when some of us they talk, they go say, this one maybe na pagan. you no believe in God, maybe na this, na that. I question it, not because I don't. I have my personal you cannot teach me my own relationship with God. You can't. There's nobody that can teach me how I should relate. It's impossible. You don't know when my relationship started, so you can't even define it. Until you know who you are and recognize that the God is already inside of you, you're just wasting time. And I agree with you. Church is not about going to a building. You and your family go sit down, go sit down, do una thing. And you people will be happy. You go do una thing, everybody will enter their house or go their room, whatever it is that they do after service. You don't have to be in a building. It's crazy. But I want us to watch this video actually before we move forward. Let me play this video. This Bukachua here was denying it again. Hey, wait till we hear. The man they deny him. Make we hear waiting this our brother talk.
JSC goes through a process of provisioning, clearing provisioning for the judges. You've got to have the court halls, the salary, the vehicles, the basic provisions for their operations. They cleared 15. The circular was cleared. They nominated 34. Of that 34, all but 11 were sons, daughters, mistresses of particular individuals. In one particular case, the original list was 33. I wrote the letter. I signed it in my name. I was not anonymous, so I can tell the story of what transpired. There were 33 nominees. Then a senior judicial figure who was about to leave the bench put his mistress in there, making them 34. She had not been interviewed. She had not gone through the process. And I wrote to President Buhari, to his credit. He listened and suspended the appointment of all of the people that we objected to. So he cleared the appointment of 11. And then something extraordinary happened. A senior justice of the Supreme Court was retiring and managed to get the.
I want to quickly respond to Eben. You had asked a question. What is wrong with the black man? You know, there's nothing. There's what is wrong is that the few of us that the weakest, the most wicked, the most vile of us have one way or the other clawed their way to the positions, to the corridors of this power and influence. And the people that are supposed to be guards to protect and ensure that these people don't infiltrate, because of greed and because they want to line their pockets, open the door for them to come in. How many Nigerians have you met that are decent human beings? I've met a lot of Nigerians that are decent. That's to tell you that the problem is not really with the citizens, even though we know some of the citizens do, their head no correct. But that is the problem we have. The people that are supposed to be guards to protect, because some of them have become greedy, they want to line their pockets, they want to continue to live that baby girl life or baby boy life where they have jets, money, access. They kept the door open, saying, if you give me money, I will let you pass. Corruption. That's what happened. Nothing is wrong. That's the whole plan, though. So when you see outside people working with your leaders, trying to sabotage your own rights within your own nation, that's because they have access to the weaker ones amongst you. That's the problem. Because if the good people, if you, me, all of us decide, say, enough is enough, we're taking this back. This is the only way we can break the back of these people. That's the problem. That's why it looks like it's not a black man problem. It's the fact that the lesser ones that are greedy, corrupt, kept the door. They were supposed to be guards. They left the door open. The same way your brother and your sisters, were they not the ones, did they not sell their brothers and sisters during slavery? They did. It's exactly the same. It's the same thing that's playing out. So until we as citizens start to take control of our affairs, this is how it's going to continue. It becomes a circle where people feel helpless, where they feel like, oh, well, there's nothing I can do. It's been there since immemorial. No. Question is, are you going to put your foot down now? And you can't stop talking. And you cannot expect that, oh, tomorrow is all going to change. It's not going to change tomorrow. It's the effort you put in today that's going to determine what you're going to get tomorrow. If you don't put in the effort, if we're all here and we're not talking, we're not saying anything, we're not sharing the information, where everybody is just doing like, oh, well, that's how it's going to be. Guess what? It will be the same status quo. It only took one man within 9 months for people's eyes to be open, for the scales to fall off. That's the power of one man. 9 months. Look at us. Look at where we are. One man. So the question is, what are you doing? What am I doing? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. I don't buy into that whole rhetoric, or is a problem with the black man? No. If you look at it, if you pay attention to it, it's the few people, the corrupt ones that have zero morals, the morally decadent, backward ones. They are the ones, for some reason, able to claw their way, and the people that are supposed to be guards open the door for them. Not be stranger dey open door, no be stranger no go just enter your compound, know where you dey. No, na person. You go don align with person wey dey inside your house, maybe your house boy, house girl, even your child, to have access. That's exactly what it is. So when you have access, and then you go come bring your own other friends enter inside with the family members wey dey all the same, corrupt, morally decadent, e go be like say dem plenty. No, it's not. So now we go need to talk, say no, e don do. Make we dey talk the talk dey go. That's why God gave us lips, mouth to talk. Talk the talk and walk the walk. It's time. That's why for me, I look at Peter Obi. I always when I feel a certain like a kind of way, I just go on his Twitter page and say, oh, what is this man up to? I see him with this permanent smile, as if, hey God, I say, which kind of human being is this? I draw strength from that. And I say, you know what? We continue to move. I don't know where this man is going, but I'm following him because he looks like somebody who knows where he's going. So that's what I'm going to say about that, because I don't want to buy into the rhetoric of, oh, are black people. No, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm black. There's nothing wrong. I don't believe in corruption. I've never ever taken something that's not somebody's own, ever in my life. Never. I have never. They enter my eye. I'm very content. I'm satisfied. However, wherever I find myself. So that tells you that it's an individual, it's an upbringing thing. We have issues of morally bankrupt and decadent people. We have no heroes in Nigeria, unfortunately. All those our heroes past, none, zilch, nothing. The only hero I know right now is Peter Obi. That's the only hero. I'm sorry. Okay, so back to the video. I just wanted to quickly address that.
NJC to bring back the list of those people who had been suspended. And the people who opposed that list were persuaded not to attend the meeting of the NJC. And this particular senior justice had their child in there, got the list approved, rushed to the president. All of them were appointed. They are now sitting on the bench, including the daughter of Justice Bukachua and Senator Adamu Bukachua. So judicial appointments have been totally captured. Politicians and judges make up and take up the appointments. And members of the NJC, if you give me the list of appointments, I will tell you who put your name in there. All I need is make not more than 3 calls. I will tell you whose candidate is on the list. From where? When you get to that point, to a point where good people, irrespective of where they come from, but suitable candidates can no longer make it to the bench, you know you're in trouble. And that is where we are. But it is not just because suitable candidates can no longer make it to the bench, and politicians now have decided that in order to have a successful political career, you need to carry a judge in your back pocket and in your bedroom. It is that to be able to proceed to anything in the country, judges and politicians decide what happens. So politicians no longer need our votes to become governors and presidents and legislators. They now need to settle judges only. It did not start today. If you want to know the origins, please go and read the Babalaki report. In the Commission of Inquiry into Fedeco, which reported in 1986. And if you don't have it, I can PDF my version. It's a little big. I'll make it available to the but every lawyer interested in a country that works and judicial system that works needs to read the Babalaki report, because that is where the story of judicial corruption in politics was actually fully recorded. And I cite some of it in my written remarks. But it has been on since then. And in my written remarks, when you see it, you can check the footnotes as to some of the stories that have transpired from the Aramia constituency in 1979 elections down to Justice Ebuebu at the beginning of this millennium. But because this has a long history, we need to be able to reflect the memory. And having reflected that memory, then where are we right now? So this is how I start ending, because the story we have is a story of two things, or three things, as I say. One is hubris. The people who have captured the political system and captured the judiciary dare you to go to court because they'll tell you we own the judges. They're in our bedrooms. They're in our houses. We own them. You are not going to get anything. That is the story of hubris. There's also the story of mirth. They laugh at you, knowing that the courts are useless. And why are the courts useless? I don't believe that there is anyone here who does not know the case of Mojeku and Mojeku. And it is taught in family law, gender, human rights of women, constitutional law, and celebrated. Go to court happened to Caroline Mojeku. Caroline Mojeku was a widow. Her husband died in 1962. She started litigating in 1966, before the Nigerian Civil War. The Nigerian Civil War ended in 1970. She was still in court. 1976, 10 years later, she was still in court. 1986, Caroline Mojeku was a widow. 25 years going, she was still in court. 1990 happened. Berlin Wall fell. Caroline Mojeku was in court. 1996, 30 years later, Caroline Mojeku was still in court. She had finished Beijing. 30 years later, Mojeku and Mojeku took 31 years to come to decision. And law teachers teach it without looking at the metrics of decision making. 31 years for a widow. Go to court happened to her. Because let's think about ourselves as the man who died. And think of Caroline Mojeku as our wife. Raise your hand if you would want your wife to litigate for 31 years after you are dead in order to get to your estate for your children. Raise your hand, please. Nobody can contemplate that. Because most widows don't live to 31 years. That is a story of mirth, because we as lawyers argue for access to court. Very few of us argue for exit from court. And access to court is not nearly as important as timely exit from court. And these days, how many years does it take to go to court to get through high court litigation? If you finish in 10 years, you're lucky. But whatever happens, if you get to the Supreme Court, you're guaranteed to take somewhere between 20 and 25 years. Today, the Supreme Court, as we speak, for those of you who argue before it, is assigning 2009, 2010 cases for hearing. And if you miss your hearing date, you have to wait between 3 and 5 years subsequently. That is if you bribe If you don't bribe, you join the queue. We'll
Can
be
you
tied.
imagine that?
Now, what happens? Governments are actually appealing to the Supreme Court in order to deny judgment debtors of access to their judgment debt. And I'm not going to go into other things that happen at the Supreme Court, but this one is clear on the face of the record. There's ample evidence to say this is what is happening. Now, in ending, what do we see? As lawyers and as judges, when these things come up, we get defensive. We get defensive because all of these dysfunctions mean filing fees for us. They mean transport fare for us. They mean revenue streams for us. And yet the country is going down and every one of us is suffering. Senior advocates of Nigeria are now looking at their options and some are considering Japa.
Yes.
And that should force us to think fresh.
Oh my God.
Because if the best of our profession no longer find that the profession itself offers them something, there is a problem. There's a big problem. And an enormous problem that has got to force us to think. And this is really the place to comment on what happened at the NJC yesterday on the Bukatua issue. Now, some of you would have seen the statement by the NBA president. I presume most people here have seen it. And a lot of people were clapping and hailing it. That statement is a disgrace. And I will tell you why. The NBA president says that what Senator Bukatua did was despicable, amongst other things. But he also reported that the NJC unequivocally strongly condemned what he did and as an impairment of judicial independence and integrity. Now you ask yourself, what exactly did the NJC set out to condemn, if in fact it condemned anything? Number one, the president of the NBA is not the spokesperson of the NJC. He's not the chairman of the NJC. He lacks the standing to tell us what the NJC decided. If the NJC condemned what the Senator Bukatua said, what should happen? It is either the spokesperson for the NJC, Mr. Shojioye, or the spokesperson for the Chief Justice who presided and was present yesterday because there were appointments. That is Dr. Festus. Number two, the NJC claimed, the NBA president claims that the NJC condemned what Senator Bukatua did. But what did Senator Bukatua do? He used parliamentary privilege to trump matrimonial privilege. But it was privilege, whichever way it was, right? And even if, no matter what position you take, finding out the facts means what? Inviting Senator Bukatua, inviting Justice Bukatua, listening to them, listening to other people, reviewing the material, and making a finding on the evidence. The NJC will not do that because they know if they did it, all of them will go down.
That's right.
Or most of them will. So because the NJC is afraid of they told the NBA president to go and issue a cover-up. That is disgusting. That is the despicable thing. That the president of the bar, successor to used to cover up this kind of thing. All of us should be ashamed.
Yes.
All of us
Absolutely.
should be ashamed. The NBA cannot lend this. And so what do we have? The NBA president telling us with a flourish, oh, you know what? I am writing to the Inspector General of Police. The statutory body with mandate to investigate this thing is the NJC. No, not statutory body, the constitutional body. And it has abdicated. And our president is giving them cover. And we are clapping. But if the NJC cannot investigate this, how can we talk of judicial integrity and judicial independence? How can we tell people to go to court? And so, I could go on about that. But let me suggest a few things. Because if I go to sit down now, I'll be told you just made noise and what is your suggestion? Not that I actually am heavy on making suggestions to anybody, because we all know what our problems are. Let us not fool ourselves. And when you go to the radiologist does not give you a prescription. They give you your slides and report and tell you to go to a physician. We don't, so, but let me suggest this. Number one, we've got to unbundle the office of the Chief Justice. You know the interesting thing? NJC and CJN are the same three letters.
Mm-hmm.
Rearranged. But actually, the CJN is the NJC. He appoints whoever it is that is there, and they take the decisions that the CJN wants. As a senior member of the NJC says, whatever the CJN says in the NJC cannot be questioned. This is the practice and the doctrine of the NJC. And the NJC is a lot of bodies in one. And the CJN's office is too many jobs in one. Presiding Officer, Supreme Court, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Chairman FJSC, Chairman NJC, Chairman Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee, Member National Council. I could go on. No one person should have all these accretion of power. The CJN was supposed to be a primus inter pares. There is no inter pares anymore. The CJN owns the Supreme Court. So if you read Faces, Cases, and Places, the autobiography of Chief Justice Fatai Williams, or read the autobiography of Dodoma, and compare with what transpires in our courts today, there is no comparison. The Chief Justice, and why is that so? Justices are ill. They need money to travel. You have to go and beg the chief. Justices need accommodation. You need internet connection. You have to go and beg the chief. If you need someone, your friend, to become senior advocate, you beg the chief. And so the chief is now doling out patronage. He's no longer interested in it. We need to unbundle that office and make it a lot more accountable. Secondly, unbundle the NJC, make it a lot more accountable. But thirdly, we need to address perverse jurisprudence that has got us here. And that perverse jurisprudence is perverse jurisprudence on judicial accountability, perverse jurisprudence on electoral accountability, because the two go together. The Nganjiwa judgment has done us tremendous harm. And you see Justice Yunusa, who has been recalled, sitting in Kano and deciding on Abia State. And you see, when you write a petition, I don't know the number of petitions I've written against judges. The NJC will tell you it can be corrected on appeal, so we cannot do anything about it. But when a judge who is sitting in Kano decides ex parte without hearing affected parties and necessary parties on issues as extensive as this, and you tell me that can be corrected on appeal, there is something wrong, because the judge did this willfully, and almost certainly something passed. But the NJC will abdicate and tell you, you will not be able to, we cannot do anything on this, go on appeal. And the appeals take so long. Meanwhile, the judge is sitting there and collecting more and doing more data. So that doctrine needs to go, and the Nganjiwa judgment needs to, a judge who has been away for 5 years, what are they doing? And it's not just the Nganjiwa judgment. The Kunle Kalajaye judgment is another problem with an unaccountable bar. A bar that sets different standards for senior lawyers and junior lawyers. If a junior lawyer did what Kunle Kalajaye was set free for at the Supreme Court, the person would be selling Google and data. But we're here. And the senior advocate is still a senior advocate. Something is wrong with that. There is a fourth issue, which is evident. Judicial appointments have got to change. We need transparency in judicial appointments. In Kenya here, I'm not even going to talk about South Africa because some people say they're not African. But in Kenya, judicial appointments are advertised. Everyone applies. Interviews are open. And selection criteria are clear. The presidents have failed to get their candidates through. Uhuru failed to get his candidates through for appointment. The Chief Justice of Kenya, after the adoption of the 2010 Constitution, was a man who was a prisoner of conscience, detained for a long time, who converted from Christianity to Islam, back to Christianity and back to Islam, and wears an ear stud but he is straight. Yes, he was a university professor. He worked in the NGO sector. He was a senior counsel. He's a polymath. Willie Mutunga. Willie wears an earring because he was the best candidate. Everyone agreed on the basis of the interview criteria. Why can't we have transparent judicial hires, starting with preferments? If you're having judicial scandals as chief justices, why can't you begin to save the judiciary? The NBA is not interested in doing that. I'm not even going to go into how to rescue the electoral process, because increasingly, how do we, in my view, we can only break this duopoly of politicians and the capture of politicians and judiciary by shifting the burden to INEC to prove that their elections comply with the Electoral Act before results are announced. For a single constituency national election as the presidency, in my view, what needs to happen is you set up your election petition tribunal before the elections. INEC should go to them and prove minimal compliance with the requirements before burden shifts. So the court certifies, as they do in the civil law systems, the court certifies that substantial compliance has occurred. You then shift the burden. If you want to set that aside, do so. And finally, returning to where we started with this. You see a thief, you call them my lord. You see a rapist, you call them pastor. You see a pervert, and they are NGO defender. That needs to change, because it is the social approbation that we all provide to those who destroy our society that makes them go further. And that is the example of Ikeja Bar that we've got to take forth into the country. This example of honoring the right kind of people needs to go forth and be socialized in Nigeria. We need also to honor the right judges, because there are still judges, as difficult as it may be to believe, there are still judges who are striving to do the right thing. And most of you who I go to court here will know the minority, but they exist. Why can't we find them and honor them in some ways? In ways that will not corrupt them, in ways that will inspire others, in ways that will say you are the right kind of person. And maybe when we mix these issues, reprobation and approbation, incentive and condemnation, recognition and the right kind of criticism, maybe mix it with structural and legislative and institutional and doctrinal reform, maybe we'll begin to make some progress. As I said, no one has a monopoly. And I put forward some ideas here. My hope is that those who are more experienced than I am, and the people on this panel are much more experienced than I am, and much brighter and informed than I am, will take this further.
This was really good. This was really, really good. He went all the way in. What a country. Do you guys now understand we don't have a judiciary? We don't. How can somebody make a confession on the floor of the house and nothing happens? The National Judicial Council, the National Bar Association,
Nothing happened.
mute. Hey God.
Then the next day he's coming to tell us everything we hear, our ear deaf. Then the mumu wife come say, I didn't do it, and we kept quiet. One thing I know be say, you see this ship when we enter with them, it go sink them. It will sink them, oh. It will sink them. You see this generation when they temper with, now wrong generation. Now generation where you not go take barrier from their hand. The only thing wey make them sit quiet, we dey wait for judiciary verdict. If they think so, they go pervert justice for judiciary. Then they go come sit down, they drink their akamu anoki. I don't tell them. My children go tolopia, they go tolopia. So if that is so, now business as usual, it is a lie. Big Gay no fit complete the assignment for US if they go Nigeria, be? Okwo, you are welcome, oh. That's your vaccine assignment when you not copy from US. Now Nigeria, you won't carry and go. Big Gate. Hey. Anyway, what the person want talk? When cocaine baron, drug baron, when they would go around into Aso Rock, why would Big Gay carry Ben leg go Nigeria go do meeting with her? Why? But we dey wait for the verdict from the court. If this una corruption when e eat una deep like this, una take am pervert justice. My children, they go turn up here. Now Robert speak for them. Make una go interpret am for una sef. Over to your money.
Voila, I want to play this video. I want to get in as, many things I want to share today before we round it off for the day. I don't know how many people don't see this interview, but I still make a complaint. May all of us follow listen.
How do you mean, sir? How do you mean? It seems like that's a sweet spot. President Olusegun Okikiolu Aremu Matthew Obasanjo is my guest today. President Obasanjo did not flinch at any point, and I'm honored that he invited me to his office and had what will be an interview for the books with me and with Chide. Welcome to history. Thank you so much for giving me time today, sir. We appreciate it. I want to start by, there's a council you're a member of, Interaction Council. And one of the things that they said on their website is that the life that you've lived has raised the stature of President Obasanjo above that of any other living Nigerian. When you hear a comment like that, what do you think? How do you respond? Does it feel gratifying or does it feel exaggerated?
People are entitled to make comments and remarks. There are no two people in the world who have had the same experience. None. Even if they are twins, their experiences will be different. At least they won't marry the same woman. And their experiences are bound to be different. I thank God the opportunities that I have had, both local, continental, and global, that have made me to have the advantage of meeting and sharing views and actually interacting with some of the best brains and best achievers in the world, whether in the field of politics, in the field of religion, in whatever field, diplomacy, business, agriculture, whatever. To me, it has made me humble. But it has also made me to continue to thank God for allowing me to have such opportunity, which has meant a lot in my life.
Right. How so? How has it meant a lot in your life?
Oh, the impact that interaction with these people, I learned a lot from them.
Right.
A lot.
Does it hurt when you find somebody?
Yes.
I mean, I'm talking in this case about, let's use an LFI as an example. You find a talent, you elevate the talent to national prominence, while the person is in office, the person sings your praises, says, look, anytime, any house I demolish, Baba gave me the full authority, full political will, etc. And then you are no longer in power, and the music changes. That must hurt on a personal level, doesn't it? Or are you used to it?
It doesn't hurt me at all. It doesn't. You see, if you expect praise from human beings, even the one that you have done good to, you will be the unhappiest man in the world. If it comes, accept it as bonus. But whatever you do it and be ready to defend it before God and man. If there's need for you to defend it before man, yes. If there's need for you to defend it before God, well, you wait until you get to God's kingdom. Either before you get to God's kingdom, whether you will go to hell or go to heaven, you know. But on a serious note, don't expect praise or commendation from any human being. If it comes, accept it. Don't be proud of it. Take it as, well, it's like the 10 lepers. 10 lepers. 10 lepers were cured by Jesus Christ, just by saying, look, go and show yourself. And
Wait, oh, this man a Christian. They talk about 10 lepers.
He is.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Oh, so. Okay, what could you see on?
And one of them said, look, it must be because this man who said we should go and show ourselves that so I will go back. 9 others did not go back. Only 10%. So if you do good and you get commendation, gratitude from 10%, then you are doing as well as Jesus Christ has done for himself.
Right. So you have to get used to it.
Yeah. Now you have to. If you get more than that, oh yeah, you are on top of the world. But what must be your guiding rule is, look, what I'm doing, can I defend it before God? Is my conscience clear? Am I clear in my conscience? Can I defend it before God? Can I defend it before objective human beings? Objective human beings. And if you can, your conscience is clear. I always say that.
This also comes to leadership lessons, or what you would consider. When the newspaper reports came out of some of those these were big acts that you did. And I'm just using an example when you went to the bomb blasts in Lagos. You visited, people didn't expect it. It was a gracious, big leadership act. And then when they began to attack you with questions, you answered by saying, I was not supposed to be here. People said that was lacking in empathy. When you look back, do you wish you hadn't said something?
I don't regret that.
Right.
Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that says when there's a blast, I should go there. As I always say, I was going around to states, both as military head of state and as a president, to see what is going on in the state. But there was nothing in the Constitution that says I should do that. I thought I wasn't supposed to be there. If I've chosen to go there, then that's part of my character. And if you don't appreciate that, that's entirely up to you. I'm not supposed to be there. I'm not supposed to. Now, you asked me, you want to interview. I'm not supposed to say, yes, willy-nilly I will answer you. I can say it's my choice. So, and if I say, oh, you have come, all right, I will grant you interview. You appreciate it, all well and good. You don't appreciate it, all well and good. But I am not, there's no compulsion that I should answer, I should grant you an interview. Is there?
No.
Okay, well, it's the same thing.
Yeah. I can never forget the image. You wrote one of your famous letters. You wrote a letter to Goodluck Jonathan at the time.
What did I say in that?
Essentially, that his leadership was feckless, in summary.
Was
feckless. His leadership was ineffective. You know, and he was away from the reins. And I'm assuming, obviously, you still stand by that. But then a week after, there you were at the reception for his daughter's wedding.
Well, you see, again, that's part of what you people don't understand.
Yeah.
There's difference between my social relationship with you and my relationship with you as far as Nigeria is concerned. You know, I still hold that position, or the position I hold with Buhari. But if Buhari, on the 1st of January this year, Buhari phoned me and say, wishing me Happy New Year. I said, Mr. President, I really appreciate it. I didn't do that before. And I said, well, look, Mr. President, I want to wish you rest when you give up at this year. I also want to wish you recuperation, and maybe you will have good time to reflect. And I said, look, when you rest, you settle down. I didn't know whether he will settle down where. So when you settle down and you let me know, I will even come and pay you a visit. And he said, oh, will you? I will. And that what he has done or undone about Nigeria is on record. Even if you want to whitewash it, the amount of white paint that you will need to wash what is deeply black, and then you want to turn it to deeply white. Doesn't work that way. Well, some people cannot separate that, which is unfortunate. Now, that's, well, if you are my son and you do what is wrong, you will be punished. But I'm still your father. If you take me as your father, if you decide that, look, you don't want to take me as your father anymore, that's your lookout.
But people have said, sir, that you are vindictive. President Bola Tinubu said when he was governor of Lagos State, he has said this many times, that you frustrated his attempts at revenue and actually inspired him to now begin to generate revenue internally, that you wanted to cripple Lagos State. And
no, that's absolute nonsense.
Right.
No. I go by constitution.
Right.
The Constitution of Nigeria, which is also enshrined, recognized local governments. And then for me to release funds to local government, it has to be on the basis of 20 local governments. When you then add, is it 37 or 27, whatever, to that, for me to be able to act constitutionally, the Constitution of Nigeria has to change. For as long as that Constitution did not change, then acting along not 20 local government, but 57 local government is unconstitutional.
Right.
So if he doesn't know that, then he doesn't know anything.
Right. But what do you say to that charge?
So is it that one that make him to have alpha beta? Huh?
Right. So on the
You
charge,
didn't answer that.
Yes, it's a question for him to answer.
Okay,
it's a question for President Tinubu to answer about alpha beta. But the charge of vindictiveness, what do you say to that? People have said it more than once. You know, Alami Esega has said it. Ibori had said it.
No, well, these people, let them give you chapter and verse. If Ibori has said it, I hope he has not, but if you say he has said it, what happened to Ibori? EFCC investigated Ibori, and they found Ibori has misappropriated about $200 million. And they brought the report to me. And I said, Ibori, come, look at the report. Okay, assuming you have wasted 50 million, go give EFCC $150 million. Then he came back and said, okay, where should we put it? I said, look, it's not your money, it's the state, your state's money. Give it to your state. Said, how do I do that? Open a central bank account for me, which I did. And then he came back and said, oh, if he just put money in central bank account belonging to Delta, I should open central bank account for all states. I did. Then he thought he was being clever. He took $15 million cash to Ribado. And Ribado came and said, put it in their account in central bank. And then we still pursue it. So it was pursued up to London, where he went to prison. So if that is vindictiveness, I would say let Nigeria have more of such vindictiveness.
Third term, sir. Third term. Answered this a couple of times. Now, the people who believe you, when you said you didn't seek, and you said that everything, you've never had to fight for anything, that God gives you things. People said, okay, if you didn't seek third term, why didn't you vehemently discourage people like Tony Aneni, who were said to be lobbying? Maybe it wasn't you, but these were your handsmen. Why didn't you discourage them firmly from asking for a third term for you?
But did Aneni tell you that I ever said to him, go and do the third term for me?
No, he didn't. Okay. But you could have asked him to stop, sir.
But he didn't tell me doing it. He did not.
So you were not aware?
I'm not aware that Aneni is lobbying for third term.
Or anybody else?
No. The governors are, some of them, but they were doing it for themselves.
How so?
Because if the president gets third term, they too will also get third term. Right. And there was nothing that will stop them, because they were not doing it for the president, they were doing it for themselves.
So why don't people believe you when you say, when some people believe you, or many people believe you when you say you didn't want a third term? Why does it keep coming up, sir?
Why does it keep coming up when they even know that the amount of money spent in for NEPA is not what Yaradua called it or what Buhari called it? You answer that question.
Those are heavy allegations, sir. Right. So it's just the nature of the political game, is what you're saying.
I was military head of state, and Sharia became an issue in the Constituent Assembly. I think it was Constituent Assembly.
Yes.
And I called somebody who was very vehement. I called him and said, look, you, Sharia Court of Appeal, you won't go there. You won't take any issue there. He said, yes. But why are you? He said, politics.
Wow.
Politics.
Now they hear.
So what suits people politically, they will say or do, not what they believe,
right,
or what they mean. So I don't go by what people say. I go by what people do.
Spoken a bit about character and integrity, yeah? And people, when they want to throw mud at you, say, but you, Seth, you too were corrupt. And then they talk about, they say, ask questions like, how did he get the money to establish Bells University? How did he get the expanse of land for the Obasanjo complex?
Look,
how is he so wealthy?
Okay, go to Bells University. Let them see the account. It started as a secondary school. And I built every house in the school by myself. Direct labor.
Direct labor by yourself?
Direct labor. And you can go there. And when the university came, I wanted to leave the university. Then they went there. And what really impressed them was the laboratory. And they said, oh, they will take the laboratory. This is good for a university. And the university on its own is self-propelled. If you go there today, what the Parents Association have done in that university, you won't believe.
I want to point just generally to the idea that you're a very wealthy person. I mean, we're in this sprawling complex.
Yes. This one You can go down and you can go into a book what people gave. So if others don't know how to raise funds to do this type of thing, then don't cast aspersion on those who do.
This year, you wrote another of the letters that shook the political firmament. But what was more striking, was you said this letter is for the young people. You kept referring to the young people, the young people. Why was that so important to you?
Now, the young people are very important. And in any society, you ignore your young people, you ignore the society. And what do we say today in Nigeria? More than 60% of our population are below the age of 25 or 25, I remember, something like that. Now, what are you going to do about them? What are you going to do for them? When, of course, those who come to power, all they think about is the next election, not the next generation. And for as long as we are not thinking of the next generation, we are destroying their future.
That's why that's important to you.
It is very important to me. It is very important to me.
Part of the fire from that letter was, I mean, you mentioned Alpha Beta with our new president. You were very.
No,
I'm not going to talk about it.
Yes, it's because you said he then went to look for alternative funding.
Yes.
So alternative funding for whom? For the state or for himself? Or for the state and himself?
Why was Peter Obi so important to you? You know, you stood.
It's not Peter Obi that is important to me. It's Nigeria. You see, that's the type of thing that you people do and say that annoys me.
Okay.
Okay. Peter Obi is not the issue.
Okay.
Nigeria to me is the issue. Okay. So when we say Peter Obi is Peter Obi, Nigeria.
So it was because of Nigeria that you thought this was the man.
Yes.
Right.
And for Nigeria that I believe we need to have at this point in time, Peter Obi is
still the man.
That's all.
Sir, did any of your successors impress you in any way? Any of them? Yaradua?
Oh, you see, again, that's the type of thing you people say. Look, I don't have a hero except Jesus Christ. And I said, even with Jesus Christ, the man aspect of him is not perfect. Okay? But there are certain things that you may have. Take Mandela. How can you stay in prison for 27 years and still have no grudge against those who put you in prison? I believe that is extraordinary. That is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I will respect him eternally for that. But there are other aspects of his life that I will not accept. Okay? So that goes for anything. If you take any man, there may be certain aspect of life. I don't have a hero.
Right. Yeah. No, I have to ask this, sir. Why was it so important to you to go back to school?
I went to school first. I want to show by example that there's no age limit or position limit to education. So if I have been president of Nigeria and at the age of 80, I'm pursuing formal education, what will you say at the age of 50? How old are you?
38.
38?
Yes, sir.
At the age of 38, you are still a baby. And you are not going to school. So I think there's that on a serious note, that aspect. On the other hand, I chose to study Christian theology.
Yes.
Because I want to learn more about God.
Okay, Atibo, that one is okay. It can do. He has dropped some very strong points that I wanted us to hear. So, let me see. There's one more. You're laughing. Say what you want to say. Mr. J. Say it. Get it off your chest.
My name is Olalekan Lariwaju. Now let's go to the topic for today, and the topic of today is that is this is too early to praise Tinubu. The topic for today is too early to praise Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I will tell you the reason. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. He who comes to equity is a simple balance in law. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. I still don't know that Nigerians are super gullibles. No wonder that Pentecostal churches thrive in Nigeria. Nigerians are super extraordinarily gullible.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Let me say it again. Nigeria are super extraordinarily gullible. No wonder that the Adeboyes of this world, no wonder they can play on the intelligence of Nigerians. Nigerians are super extraordinary gullible. If you look at my post, I normally use one word repeatedly: reasonable. 80% of Nigerians are not reasonable. And I know what I'm saying. 80% of Nigerians are not reasonable. If you are reasonable and you're a Nigerian, how dare you to think that Tinubu will fight corruption? How dare you? If you are a reasonable Nigerian and you know the antecedent of Tinubu, how dare you now believe that Tinubu is now coming to fight corruption? Tinubu himself is an encyclopedia of corruption. Tinubu himself is an embodiment of criminality and corruption. Tinubu himself. So how do you now think Tinubu will fight corruption? Can a blind man lead a blind man?
For where?
A blind man wants to lead a blind man. Both of them will fall inside the gutter. They will fall inside the dish. Can a blind man lead a blind man? So how can Nigerians be so gullible, especially my Yoruba brothers and sisters? How can you be so gullible and you think Tinubu is coming to fight corruption? So because he has arrested Emefiele, and so what? If he has arrested Emefiele, even the way Emefiele was suspended from office was illegal. Go and read your Central Bank of Nigeria Act. You cannot suspend or remove a central bank governor without the permission and authority of the Senate. That's what the Constitution says. That's what the Constitution says. So any other thing is sentiment. I don't dwell in sentiment. Hey, they have arrested him, and so what? Was Emefiele arrested in a proper manner? Was Emefiele removed in the office in a proper manner? That's the issue. You see, I don't have any problem with Emefiele. I don't know any Emefiele from Adam, and I don't want to know him. I don't want to know Emefiele. I won't associate myself with a thief. I'm not saying Emefiele is a thief. So get me right. There's only a court of competent jurisdiction that can confirm whether Emefiele is a thief or not. It's not for me to proclaim Emefiele as a thief. But I don't associate myself with dubious people. I don't. I have opportunity. If you don't know, I have opportunity to associate myself with governors in Nigeria, but I refuse. 3 governors in Nigeria were my classmates. If you don't know, 1 governor was my junior, 1 was my classmate, 1 was my friend. All these ex-governors. 2 ministers are my friends. 2 ministers are my personal friends. The ex-ministers. So if I want to associate myself with government in Nigeria, it doesn't take me anything. But I don't need to come and brag. Okay, so two governors are my classmates. 1 was my junior in law school. The past governors. But I don't associate myself with criminals. I don't associate myself with people who don't have conscience. Nigerian politicians don't have conscience. They don't. So I still don't understand why Nigerians are so gullible. How do you think Tinubu will fight corruption? Tinubu, you think Tinubu is the right man to fight corruption? I dare Tinubu
to show us, to pinpoint to us. Tinubu, you are the president of Nigeria now, and I dare you, pinpoint to us 5 of your classmates when you were a student of Government College Ibadan. Tinubu, I dare you, pinpoint to me, Olani Konarewaju, 5 of your classmates when you were a student of Government College Ibadan. Chibi, you said you were a student of Government College Ibadan. No doubts about it. I believe you. But Tinubu, please, sir, pinpoint to me 5 of your classmates when you were in Government College Ibadan. Tinubu, with due respect, sir, pinpoint to me 5 of your classmates when you were a student of St. John's Primary School, Aroloya, Lagos. All the certificates that Tinubu is parading, he forged them. He forged. I'm not hiding my face. I'm not. And if a Tinubu supporter, shame on you if you don't sue me for libel. All the certificates that Tinubu is parading, he forged them. All the certificates. I'm not even sure whether he work in Mobi. I doubt it whether he work in Mobi.
Mr. Louis, did you want to say something? You're on mute.
No, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Can you mute so the echo it keeps coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I can mute it. Okay, good. Thank you, sir.
Because if Tinubu work in Mobi, what were the credentials that he presented to Mobi before he was employed in the Mobi? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. Not because Tinubu is a Yoruba man, we should support him. Let me warn Yoruba Obas now. One ní tí ara ilé ẹni bá ń jẹ ìkútélé onídodo ẹ̀rẹ̀ huru ẹ̀ kò ní jẹ́ kí ọjọ́ sùn lóru. Tí ara ilé ẹni tó bá ń jẹ ìkútélé onídodo ẹ̀rẹ̀ huru ẹ̀. Tí ara ilé ẹni bá ń jẹ ìkútélé onídodo ẹ̀rẹ̀ huru ẹ̀ kò ní jẹ́ kí ẹ sùn lóru. Ara ilé ẹni tó bá jẹ ìkútélé onídodo ẹ̀rẹ̀ kò kàn ẹ́ kò sílẹ̀ tó kàn ẹ́. Nígbà tó bá dòru tínú ń lọ tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sunkún ìwọ kò ní lè sùn because nígbà tó bá ń sunkún torí pé inú ń rún ìwọ kan fúnra ò ní lè sùn. So I still don't understand why people think Tinubu is the right man to fight corruption. Tinubu himself is an encyclopedia of corruption from head to toe. Everything about Tinubu is fake. From head to toe. From head to toe. Primary school fake. Secondary school fake. University fake. Parents fake. Hometown fake. Birthday fake. And then you want Tinubu now to fight corruption. And then people are clapping. And he has arrested Emefiele. And so if you arrest Emefiele, so what do? We should jump into the ocean because he has arrested Emefiele. I dare Tinubu to jail Emefiele. I dare him to prosecute Emefiele. And then Emefiele is a stupid man, and I tell you why he's a stupid man. I don't know him, but he's a stupid man. And if you know him, and if you know his lawyer, tell him that I'm giving him a free legal advice. If I were to be Emefiele, I won't go down alone. If I were to be Emefiele, if I were to be in Emefiele's shoe now, I won't go down alone. All of us will go down together. Somebody somewhere must have given Emefiele's instructions. Somebody somewhere must have given Emefiele instruction. Emefiele cannot act on his own. So moto, it cannot. So somebody somewhere must have been giving Emefiele instructions. So who are the people giving Emefiele instruction? Who are the people backing up Emefiele? Who are the people backing Emefiele to commit all those atrocities he committed? There are some people who gave him the order. So why is now Emefiele that is arrested alone? Why are they not? By now, I expect Tinubu to have arrested Malamish, the former Attorney General. I expect Tinubu to have arrested Sirika, former Minister for Aviation. I expect Tinubu to have arrested, what's this guy's name? Maman Daura, who was not even an official of government, and he was living in Aso Rock, using government officials and government cars official and vehicle. Mama Daura never held any political post, but he was living in that Aso Rock for 8 years, inside Aso Rock, officially or unofficially. So these are the people I expect Tinubu to arrest. Mama Daura. Malami, Hadi Sirika, that lady that is Buhari's girlfriend, that lady that is in women affairs, I expect Tinubu to have arrested him by now. But you know, Emefiele is an idiot. You will know that Emefiele is not even a smart guy. You knew that you committed all this atrocity. You waited till when you were arrested. When you knew that Tinubu is not the president, what are you still doing in Nigeria? And I keep on telling people, but for the mere fact that you're a billionaire does not mean you have common sense.
Tell them.
It's by sheer grace of God. We have so many stupid people who are billionaires.
Exactly.
Stupid people, and they are billionaires. Money making is by sheer grace of God. Nobody is an expert in money making. So don't think somebody is an expert or somebody is fortunate. If what it takes to be a millionaire is to you to be at the right place at the right time and take the right decision, whether legally or illegally. So I still don't understand why, if Emefiele is not a fool, why do you have to wait in Nigeria until you are arrested? If I were to be Emefiele, immediately Tinubu became president, I will travel out of Nigeria and then sign my resignation letter. If Emefiele cannot tell me that he doesn't have citizenship of another country, if people like Oluomo can be citizens of America, people like Kwanwa, so a man of Emefiele status will not have citizenship of another country. Do you see that you're a fool now, Emefiele? They are now make you a sacrificial lamb. And I keep on telling people who are following all these devilish politicians in Nigeria that they will use you and dump you. They will use you. They are very selfish. They are not for anybody. Now, let me tell you now, Lagos State government is going to demolish Alaba Market. What has Peter Obi said concerning Lagos State demolition exercise that will be going on anytime from now in Alaba Market? Have you seen Peter Obi said anything? The way Igbos are being maltreated in Lagos State, have you seen Peter Obi? You people that call yourself obedient and Igbo people that are supporting Peter Obi, how many times has Peter Obi made any pronouncement? How many times have you seen Peter Obi to come out openly and condemn the action of Lagos State government? And then some people say they are obedient. And there's some Igbos, they say, hey, Peter Obi is the saint. Nigerian politicians are very selfish and wicked. They are not even politicians. They are dealers. They are businessmen. They are not. They are not politicians. A politician must have human face. Nigerian politicians are not for. It's even a misnomer to call them politicians. They are just businessmen. They are dealers. So Peter Obi, is Peter Obi the Messiah? Why can't Peter Obi go and get lawyers on behalf of Alaba Market and get an injunction against Lagos State government? Or Peter Obi does not know that he can get a lawyer and get an injunction against Lagos State government? Where are the Igbo lawyers? Or the Igbo lawyers they don't know that Lagos State wants to demolish Alaba Market. Where are the Igbo lawyers? Where are the Igbo elites? Where are the Ojikalu of this world? Ojikalu, Umayam of this world? When federal Lagos State government is making a law that is discriminating against Igbos in Lagos State, where are the lawyers, Igbo lawyers? Do they want to tell me that they are now aware of Section 43 of the Constitution? Section 43 of the Constitution as amended. Section 43, 1999 Constitution as amended. Section 40, Section 41, Section 42, Section 43, Section 39, Subsection 1. The Igbo lawyers want to tell me that they don't know that there's a section in the Constitution called Fundamental Rights? Do Igbo lawyers or do Peter Obi want to tell me that he doesn't know that there's a law and there's a section called Section 43? Let me read Section 43 to you with your permission. Section 43. Let's go to Section 43. This is Section 43. This is Section 43. Okay? With your permission, I will read Section 43. Subject to the provision of this Constitution,
subject to the provisions of this constitution, every citizen of Nigeria shall have the right to acquire and own immovable property anywhere in Nigeria. Let me read it again. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, every citizen of Nigeria shall have the right to acquire and own immovable property anywhere in Nigeria, including Lagos. So by virtue of this section, Igbos can have houses in Lagos. Igbos can even have houses in Sambisa Forest. It's their constitutional right. So where are the Igbo lawyers? Where is Peter Obi? Why has Peter Obi not make any comment? If you have seen anywhere where Peter Obi condemned the action of Lagos, please let me know, because I've been off social media for some time. You know, I was on holidays. But if you have seen anywhere where Peter Obi has come out openly to condemn the action of Lagos State, to condemn what the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly said concerning Igbos in Lagos, let me know. Please point it to me. And then please tag Peter Obi himself. Tag Peter Obi, tag his PRO team, tag Obedient Movements. He can play, Peter Obi can play on the intelligence, not on my intelligence. I said it, the Nigerian politicians are very useless. Very, very useless. They are the same. Either Peter Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu, they are the same. They are the same. They don't fight among themselves, oh. Let me tell you that one now. For free. They don't fight, they don't quarrel among themselves. What brings disagreement is who will be the president. Once you are the president, you have captured everywhere. Once you are the president of Nigeria, the whole treasury of Nigeria is in your pocket. So what they are fighting for is who will be the controller of the treasury in Abuja. Not that they are fighting on behalf of the masses or they like the masses. They don't. They are very selfish and self-centered. Have you seen Atiku issued a statement condemning the way Igbos are being treated in Lagos? Have you seen Peter Obi himself, who is an Igbo man, condemning the action of Lagos State? Have you seen Ojikalu? Ojikalu is not an Igbo guy. Have you seen Ojikalu who issued a statement condemning what is going on in Lagos State as per Igbo? Or does Ojikalu want to tell me that he's not aware that Lagos State has given ultimatum to Alaba traders and that they are going to demolish Alaba market? As of this morning, Lagos State has earmarked most of the buildings in Alaba market for demolition. What has Ojikalu said about it? Peter Obi, your savior, Igbos, permit me to use that word. Who sees Peter Obi as saviors? As Peter Obi issued any statement? Let's go to section 44, subsection 1. Section 44, subsection 1. Compulsory acquisition of property. Section 44, subsection 1, with your permission, I read. No movable property or any interest in an immovable property shall be taken possession of compulsorily, and no right over or interest in any such property shall be acquired compulsorily in any part of Nigeria, except in the manner and for the purposes prescribed by law that among the, you see, before government can acquire your land, before this government can acquire your land, they must pay you compensation. Section 44, subsection 1, paragraph A is clearly stated. Before government can acquire your land, they must pay you compensation. Section 22, Land Use Act. Go and read it. Now, Lagos State government wants to acquire all the lands in Alaba and demolish all the markets. How many Igbo lawyers have come out to say something against it? How many Igbo lawyers have filed an action in court? How many Igbo lawyers have gone to court to file what I call interlocutory injunction against the action of Lagos State government? How many Igbo lawyers have done it? How many Igbo politicians, including Peter Obi, have employed lawyers, services of lawyers, to go and file an interlocutory injunction against Lagos State government as per Alaba International Market? .
So the Nigerian politicians are very useless. They are the most useless set of human beings I've ever seen in this world. Including Tinubu, their president. Nigerian politicians are very useless. Very, very useless. So I still don't understand why people now believe that Tinubu will now be the messiah to come and fight corruption. If you are watching me now and you believe that Tinubu will fight corruption, you are living in a fool's paradise. Okay? If you are watching me and you believe Tinubu will fight corruption, you are living in a fool's paradise. It's as simple as it is. Now just allow yourself to be fooled by Tinubu. He who comes to Equity must come with clean hands. We all know the antecedent of Tinubu in Lagos State now. So how can Tinubu now fight corruption? There's nothing they will do to Emefiele, mark my words. Nothing will happen to Emefiele. So you just be thinking that they are going to jail Emefiele. You are deceiving yourself. They are not going to jail Emefiele. Emefiele has co-conspirators. If you don't know, Emefiele has co-conspirators. Emefiele has what we call ancestry before the fact and ancestry after the fact. Emefiele has what we call people who jointly acted with him. So why do you think that Emefiele will be the only scapegoat? And he has suspended Bauer. He has done this. All those ones are drama. I challenge Tinubu to go and arrest Buhari. Maybe Tinubu wants to fight corruption. Let him start from Buhari. Let him probe. Don't you know how much was released to Minister of Defense under Buhari? You know how much billions of naira that were released to Minister of Defense under Buhari? So let Tinubu start from there. Let him go and arrest Buhari. Then I will know he meant business, not using Emefiele as a scapegoat or using Bauer. Those ones are soft targets. What I call soft targets. Let him go and arrest. Even let him go and arrest Nasser Rufai alone. Nasser Rufai in Kaduna State. Let him go and arrest him. Nasser Rufai make a statement that in an organized country, he ought to have been charged for treasonable felony. The statement that Nasser Rufai made, he ought to have been charged for treasonable felony. Is Nasser Rufai not moving about freely?
Okay, that's about it. It's like almost 15 minutes long. I just wanted to us to listen to a little bit of it. So basically that's it. That's the all the videos I have to play. Um the reason why I like to listen to this man, because he says it like it is. I understand when he talks about Peter Obi, he's angry with the entire system. So just like a lot of us don't have any trust in the system. There's nothing to trust in the system. So he's just throwing everything at it. So even though he mentions Peter Obi, I'm not offended at all, because I know what Peter Obi is doing. I know that if Peter Obi comes out, they are going to tag him immediately. Oh, we said it. IPOB, we said it. They will really run with that narrative. The man is focusing on the bigger fights. He has the eye on his goal. He has the eye on the target. So I'm not even concerned about that. But I understand where he's coming from. And it's true, because I've seen a lot of videos of people. Hey, wait till this man do shock me. Oh, I didn't know Agbado could do this. So I didn't know Agbado is not even around. He don't go France. Agbado has gone to go and recharge his battery. He's not in the country. There's nothing happening in that country right now. He don't go France. Do you know how long he's going to be there? Do you know? Abeg, Nigeria, see, if we not see the person wey talk say, if you are not vigilant in a democracy, you go lose am. The person no lie, na true e talk. Democracy requires everybody to be vigilant. I'm telling you, it's not just a few people, it's every citizen ought to be vigilant. from your local government, your local councillor to your House of Rep member. It's true. How many people know their House of Rep member? How many people know the senators? How many people know your local government chairman? How many people know who your local the person where they represent you for your village? How many people know them? This is where it starts. This is where it starts. There's a lot of teaching, learning, unlearning that needs to happen. Because no matter how much you wan abuse all these people when you don thief no get space where put the steal the loot when they don loot, we also need to blame ourselves. We've been docile out of ignorance, out of lack of knowledge. We didn't know what these people were up to. A lot of us had to leave the country to even understand all these things. Some of us they no dey teach you now. First of all, they no go even let you know wetin dey happen. You just wake up, they just tell you say, oh, this is what's happening now. You no get say, nothing. They no dey consult with you. So everybody need to dey wake up, and there's work that needs to be done on the ground. Sensitization still need to dey happen for all the village women, market women. Talk to them, help them understand wetin dey happen, because some people don't still understand what is going on. Some people don accept say okay, he arrest CBN because CBN governor when he start to dey make naira scarce, he was the number one enemy. But na person send am message, na boo boo na im send am message. Why nobody dey call the boo boo? Where there's a lot of work to do. No be this fight, no be for one person, na for every Nigerian. Everybody, all hands on deck on this one, because it's going to affect you whether you like it or not. If you like, live in the most exotic place in the world, live somewhere secluded, omo, e go still touch you. Blood is thicker than water. Na true. It's not just by mouth, it is true. It's deep within you. Yourself, you no go understand why. You be asking yourself, why am I so concerned? You no go know why. E better now make we just struggle the struggle, collect wetin be our own. The only thing wey go give us success na if we no lose focus. If we no lose focus and we dey give them bumper to bumper, that's the only time that we win this battle. If we start to dey distract ourselves, go dey say let's just move on. Nigeria issue is this and that. We go dey speak English. Omo, nobody is coming to fight it o. Nobody. Na we go do am by ourselves. Na we. Nobody. Mr. J, let me come to you, my brother. Make we talk. I come dey walk down again. Mr. J, are you still with us? Mr. J don go drink tea. Mama Echo, are you still there with us?
Oh, we dey here.
Then make we dey talk.
We dey here dey hear bitter truth.
Say na only me o, my sister. Mama, see am, abeg talk to us o jare. Make I move to Mr.
See, the man is 100% right.
Yeah.
And that Obi is pursuing Made, e no mean say e no fit talk. That's the truth. Whether they like, they call you, they not call
why
you.
e no fit talk? For that
No,
one.
e no mean.
No,
Let's call a spade a spade.
No, Mama, I understand what you're saying, but understand also, you have to understand. See, say the people wey dey deal with for Nigeria, they look for the slightest thing when they want to hold this man.
Okay, wait
now. The moment Peter Obi right,
they dey look for slightest thing, abi? Agbado, despite say we dey call am bad person, e no still dey do wetin e go do.
That na Agbado now. That na person wey don already use money buy everybody. You're talking about a man wey no dey give shishi. You're talking about a man who is straight and narrow, as in, the man is focused on a bigger goal. Once I tell you for free, Mama Echo, make God not even let Peter Obi make that mistake. If he come out like this, say, oh, they are driving the Igbos out of Alabama, they go just turn the thing upside down. Any small thing like this, they don dey wait, they don go perch under that umbrella when they sell ATM card. They dey wait for the man to just say, you look at what they are doing to the Igbos, you know, you make even mention am at all, you go see, not be the way we take dey talk am now. You go dey, you come dey say, abi Peter Obi talk like that? I'm telling you, as e dey do am, dey focus on make e focus. The other Igbo people not dey when they're supposed to put mouth. Why must it be Peter Obi? I understand what the man is saying, but
The truth
that
is this: so every person boldness different. Every person boldness different. Now the only thing when I go talk with that. But you too, you dey right. Where are other Igbo people? Where is Uzo Kalu in this matter? You know, concern Abi. Now, Senate president, he want stupid
person when
man.
I say they're not fair to. He cry and I say they
Anyway, but the truth is that majority, 99.9% of the politicians not get our time. Now they are belly. But I beg, I want to ask one question. E get bank whether they carry money go for after death? Is there anywhere they take money or possession to after somebody don't buy? Why are people so greedy? How does God in heaven look at us, Nigeria?
Side eye.
Why are we so wicked? When it comes to saint, the devil is a saint when it comes to majority of Nigerians. So, if Papa God give devil second chance, he go enter heaven before majority of us. So, because our wickedness is small. In a land of plenty. Waiting, the thing when Papa God give us as a nation, how many countries get am? Human power, he give us. Good weather, he give us. Good soil, he give us. Natural resources, he full everywhere, yakata. And yet, we are the #1 poor capita of the world. What an award. From the pulpit, from the religious sector and all, we taught the younger generation on how to make money in a fast lane. Whether you buy somebody to get her, as long you have the money, you will be worshipped. If you go inside Facebook, your heart go bleed every day. Every atrocity you can talk of under the sun is there in our midst. Shey na men wey dey use their gbola, they take destroy small children. I saw one yesterday, I be there before yesterday. Mo sunkún. A little girl. I don't think she's more than 5 or 4 years. A grown-up man.
Abeg, Mama Etu, not talk Caribbean. We understand. Just move over, because YouTube, as we dey talk now, maybe they don't even flag the video. So let's just move to the. I know. I mean, how many we want to talk? I understand what you dey talk.
I was just in fact, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, so you did it and you recorded it. For what reason? Ẹ dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó mọ kékeré kó máa lá nǹkan yín. Ẹ ṣe yẹn tán, ẹ dẹ̀ gbé sí
Mama, not describe. Abeg. Abeg. Let's move on. Abeg. I don't know if he have all those things. I know
the atrocity is getting too much. That means if we don't have this leadership we are fighting for, so that we can start to correct the abnormality nonsense we have. Yeah. This generation, the younger generation, the youngest generation, nǹkan tí wọ́n ti kọ́ ó mà burú. Ó burú o. That is why we cannot take nonsense judgment from this very court case. Anything will make the pervert justice, judiciary, my children dey come up here o.
Thank you very much.
You know, when you see all this, when you hear all this, and you look at yourself in this Western world, and you know, say you come up from that same country. If you be person when get conscience, your heart will bleed by force. Because as you put that burger for your front, they chop, your mind go they tell you how many cannot eat agbado to sleep. Sometimes when you get some phone call, you don't even, when they tell you say they never eat, if you know their voice before when they eat, and their voice when they talk to you now, you go even think so they hospital. I guess some can say, are you sick? Are you in the hospital? What is going on? And you hear, I am weak. Weak from what? I have not eaten for 2 days. Hey! And you go look at your kitchen, see food when you not even fit chop. That is where we have reduced ourselves to. But by the grace of the Almighty God, my children labor for this very election matter shall never, will never be in vain.
Thank you very
whether
much.
you like it or not.
Yes. Thank
The
you.
Bible says, surely they shall gather. It didn't say they won't gather. It says, surely they shall gather. But because the gathering is against my children are desire, it shall not stand and it shall not come to pass.
Thank you very much, Mama Ishe.
The Bible says, many are the affliction of the righteous. We are standing upon the righteousness of Christ over our life and over our nation. Upon that righteousness we stand to claim this very mandate back. There shall be, their tongue shall be divided among them. Until they give us our mandate. They shall know no peace. They shall know no comfort. Every judges that needs to give us this judgment, we withdraw your peace. We withdraw your comfort. And we are asking, let the power of the universe chase you day and night until you give us our mandate. And so shall it be in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mama Icho. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear.
Yes. Salu is good. You have anything to add?
Well, Mama Esho has already prayed right in there. Yeah, I'm saying things. No, I don't have much to add. The only thing I just have to say there, Mama Echo has already put all the prayers in there because if you guys look at what is going on, God is really working in Nigeria. There's a lot of leaders that has already been brought down. Some are confessing about what they did, you see. So, because if you look at it, when Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, was about to be destroyed, Abraham kept asking God, he said, if you end up having only one person that is serving you, will you still destroy the city? And God said, no. If I can find one that is righteous, I will save that city. There are still some righteous people in Nigeria, even though you don't see them talk much, because even the book of the Bible itself says the judgment of God will start in the house of God. So he's going to start his judgment in his house. And I'm not afraid of that. But the important thing is we have to keep speaking wherever we see evil. Because the problem is when we see evil, we don't say anything. And we think that somebody else will take care of it. No. When we see evil, we have to speak out on that evil, even if our lives depends on it. And that's the only way we can bring back these values that we're talking about. You see, because if we don't have values, if our values, like is now, our values is all messed up. Children are confused. You see, children are confused. Even parents are saying one thing and doing something else. You see? So it's not only our government, because when we say government is an artificial thing. There are human beings in that government. And those human beings are the ones that are causing all the confusion. See? So we just have to keep saying it over and over and over and over again. Don't get tired. Those of us who live in the United States, if you go and read the history of the United States, there was a lot of blood that was shed in this country and continue to be shed in this country. If you look at the US, they never thought they would lose their democracy. But they almost came close to losing it. But they had to fight back. If they didn't fight back, they could have lost democracy in this country. You see? So freedom is not free. That's why we have to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting. We don't get tired. America has had their democracy for more than 200 years. They never expected they are going to have January 6. But they are January 6. They almost overthrew the government. You see? But it's by the grace of God that they did not lose that. So in Nigeria, we're only about 60 years of independence. So we have to keep fighting. You see? We have to keep fighting. There is no way they are going to give us anything on the platter of gold. See? Our principal said, the fight is going to be tough. Because anytime you try to fight evil, evil will fight back. If you try to fight Satan, Satan will fight back. But you have to be tough to fight Satan and get that Satan out of your life or out of your family's life. But if you think Satan will leave you alone, that's a lie. So right now, we're fighting the satanic principles. We're fighting principalities in high heavens. So that's the war we are in. It's a spiritual war. It's not a physical war. We're in a spiritual war, and we can't fight spiritual war with physical war. So that war is not a war for the faint-hearted or a war for somebody to be distracted. We don't need to be distracted. We just need to be fighting the war itself. You see, whatever is happening in Lagos, whatever the governor is doing and all those type of things, people always think they have their lives in their hand. If you look at Mobutu in Zaire, if you go and look at the house that man built in Zaire, he spent about 170 pounds to build an airport, everything. Where is Mobutu today? He's gone. That house, snakes and animals and rats and those are the things living in that palace. That is his greed. So most of our leaders, most of our politicians didn't know that. In fact, I don't call them politicians. Because politics is the allocation of resources to the citizens. That's what politics is. These guys are not politicians. They are just thieves and armed robbers. They're all armed robbers. So I don't call them politicians. I don't call them leaders. Just like you don't call an armed robber a leader. These people are worse than armed robbers. You see? So, but all of them, I mean, look at Abacha. Where is Abacha today? He's gone. Where is Yaradua? He's gone. Where is all these other people? They're all gone. Ibrahim Babangida is on wheelchair. Is he enjoying himself? No. Those are the people that created problem in Nigeria. When we talk about corruption, the person that brought corruption to Nigeria is Babangida. He's the one that brought corruption. There was corruption in Nigeria, but not at this level. He was the one that brought it to this level. And started giving out oil wells and all those type of things. So all those things will end. But we just have to stay the course. We have to stay the faith. And we have to do what we needed to be done. So what I'm saying is encouraging everybody is don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Because once you lose hope, you have nothing left. So we can't lose hope.
Thank you very much. Salud.
The new Nigeria is coming.
Yes.
But it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of fighting. It's going to take a lot of tug of war before we get there. But are we going to get there? Yes. You see? When Martin Luther King said he has a dream, that was 30 years before they saw the dream. And he said, I know I will not get there with you, but I've seen the promised land. So he never saw the dream, he never saw the implementation of it. So we have hope that Nigeria is going to get better than what we are now. And the reason is because we have hope. You see? And that hope will lead us to that promised land that we're looking at. All these things happening is heading towards that goal.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Because
very
we're going to fall, but we need to get up and keep moving.
much.
We can't just stay in our fall. We have to get up and keep moving.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
And let's keep hope alive.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sir Louis.
Thank
We really
you. You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. Yes, sir. Eben, bro, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, great. So, do you have anything else to add to this?
Yeah, maybe just a few words.
Okay.
I guess I would like to pick up on the last statement that Mr. Lewis just made.
Okay.
The word hope.
Mm.
The word hope. Hope is very, very necessary. Hope is very, very important. And I'll chip in a scripture again because I just enjoy doing it. Now, the Bible talks about Abraham in Romans 4. And it says this. It says Abraham against, actually Hebrews 11. It says Abraham against hope believed in hope. So the contradistinction we see there is the situation he was faced with was not a situation that should even make him hope at all. But contrary to that situation, he still had hope. He still had hope. So again, everything we might be seeing right now might not look like it, might not seem like it, but let's hold on to hope. Even if we cannot see any light rays right now, even if everything seems bleak. One thing that I've been consoling myself about is this: as long as God intends for it to happen, it will happen. No matter how much people try to manipulate the system or try to get past procedures or processes, as long as God has intended for it to happen, it's going to happen. And that's the one thing that I just rest my hope and my faith on. So, again, I would encourage everyone to do the same. The last thing I would say is this: I just want to reflect a little bit on some of the statements that, well, maybe one or two of the statements that the former president Olusegun Obasanjo made. And the one that stood out to me the most was, again, I didn't even know it was Christian until after it was done with his term. I think that was when he had registered for theological whatever. But all the whilst he was in presidency, I honestly did not know he was Christian. But what is the lesson we can pick from there? It almost seems that in the moments when people are doing some things, they really don't think through it. Sometimes it feels like it's when we are done with, or an opportunity that we are given has gone away from us, that is when we begin to reflect. And I was surprised that he even made any statement about heaven and hell. That was the part of his statement that surprised me the most. What am I trying to say? I hope those in government hear this. I hope those in government hear this. Daddy was just recounting the names of some past leaders that are no longer on earth right now. No matter how long we live, someday we are going to go. Why do you want to wait until that time when you've probably left government or you're in your final days before you begin to think about these things? Why do you want to wait? Why can't you begin right now from this moment to begin to think this way so that in your thoughts, in coming to terms with the realities of what you're thinking about, you can start doing what is right? Because the truth of the matter is, no matter how long we all live here, someday we will be gone. I hope our leaders can hear this, that we'll live with that reality, the consciousness that we are just passing time here. And before we know it, we are done with our time and we'll leave. But what will your work speak for you? When you're gone and people have to tell your story, what are they going to say about you? What are people going to say about you? A lot of stories that we can look back on history and just think through the stories, think about what these people did. If only these people had known, I mean, the good and the bad stories, if only they had known that some generations would come later and read about their stories. I wonder how, for the bad ones, how they would have approached whatever it was that they did. But it's going to be the same thing for every single one of us. And for those more specifically in leadership, whatever you do today is going to speak when you're gone. That is on this side of life. How about on the other side, what you will be faced with? Please, let's think on these things. Let's think on these things. We should come to a place where doing good becomes natural for us. That's the whole goal, that we come to a place where being kind to people, thinking about the needs of people that are in need, helping people out, the less privileged, that we come to that place where that becomes our default. That should be the goal for anyone, irrespective of whatever religion or faith you practice. That should be the end goal. That should be the end goal. This is all I have to say. Thank you, Sister Moye. I hope you have a wonderful night.
You as well. Thank you very much, Eben. Thank you for your encouraging words and your, for uplifting us with your words. We really appreciate it too, honestly. I mean, you always come here and you just, encourage and uplift, and you're also not, you don't shy away from the truth. That's one thing that I have to say I appreciate about you. You don't shy away from the truth regardless of whether it affects you or not. And that's where hopefully as Nigerians everybody can get to. Don't be sentimental about your religion, your beliefs. Truth should be truth, you know. Justice should be justice. Fairness must be fairness, regardless of whose side it's going to be on. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you, Eben. Okay, let me come to Mr. Black Panther. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Sister Amoye.
Welcome.
What?
Good to
Good
have
evening.
you.
Oh.
Good evening.
What is happening now? All of you just dey talk like say nothing dey happen.
When you join us,
I just join and I didn't just be like say something happen.
all the videos when I don't play, they come late now. That's what they are meeting us at the day end. We don't talk with we want talk. Plenty things.
Waiting there for ground.
Waiting there for ground. We play Obasanjo video. We play the video, the interview when he give to Chudi. We play this man when they always talk to Tinubu anyhow. Agbado, they call am, they abuse am, say people don't really dey talk, say e dey do good work. Say why Nigeria easy like this? Nigerians just easy. How you expect say person wey dey corrupt to come remove you from corruption? We play video of people when they say they want restructure Christianity. They get bill when they want sign. We play that interview. What else again? What other video did we play? We play interview of one attorney, one lawyer for Nigeria that was talking about the issue with Bukachua. Not be Bukachua, be na Chihuahua that they call the man. Where he come turn online. We talk
Okay.
about the man come and talk, say they talk about the National Judicial Council and NBA, what they're supposed to do. Like sort of like talking about how they should restructure, what they should look into, how messed up it is. Just gave his own insight as to that. And then I play video of one guy for TikTok when he talks, say, people when they shout, hey, Agbado, whatever. Agbado don't enter now. Hope they are happy. They should be prepping themselves. And they think that is all fun and games. I'm just summarizing everything as
Yeah.
I can. And then of course I mentioned that Agbado is in France. He has gone to charge his battery. I don't know whether he's back or not. And then so stuff like that. That's just so we're just at the tail end of wrapping everything up. I just finished playing the video of what's it called, the
Well,
Obasanjo video. I
well,
mean, this man when they abuse Tinubu. So
well. All I would say, thank you so much. And thanks. I heard a little bit of what the panelists were saying, and I thank our father out there that spoke. I heard his own submission, and I heard Mama submission. I heard the last person's submission. I think, well, to me, It's all about the change. We just need a drastic change, and that change is building up.
There's an echo coming from you, Black Panther. Are
Okay,
you listening
sweet.
to it somewhere else? Okay.
I'll come.
All right, let me go to the next.
Okay, I done it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say Bucha. What's the name of that man? Buacha. What's his name? That man that old man, 84 years old man, that
Chihuahua,
started
Chihuahua,
confessing.
just call her Chihuahua.
Chihuahua started confessing. I wasn't surprised at the confession. It's normal, and what he now said again that the people misquoted him, blah blah blah, and his wife came out to talk all their crap. I wasn't surprised. That is Nigeria for you. Like one of my friends usually say, devil they learn how to do evil for Nigerian politicians. And so, but what today, I'm excited today because, like what our elders told us, say, be focused on that crown. And I've been focused on the crown, and I told my father, I say, my skin, it thick. If anything when Nigerian politician want bring now, there won't be that. It thick. This is their last drop. This is their last drop, and we are going to blow them out of the planet this time around. Nigerian youth are packaged to take what belongs to them back, and Nigeria worldwide, we are ready to participate, and we are participating in our own little way because everyone wants to go back home and do sort of investment. And then we thank God. God brought us a man who is ready to, to be at the pinnacle of it all, and then lead us to a place where we say, yes, we have really started, and we are building a new foundation for a country that has been so bastardized for so many years. And I want to particularly say today has been a very great day, and the map and the design and everything, and the analysis of all that is happening in the courtroom, everything. I'm so excited because I was waiting for that, what happened today, and I was waiting for it, and information are coming out on what the INEC did, and it has been proven. There's one thing I always do. I go back to play what PO always say. He said, I won this election. They said, let us go to court, and we are in the court. And I'm going to prove to them that I won this election, and I'll prove it. You see, he has just taken one step now. Everywhere is shaky. And he has proved one of the fundamentals, one thing that made the election to be rigged, one thing that opened the door for the election to be manipulated has been proven. The server was not breached. Rather, INEC, the fake professor, I call him fake professor, shut it down. And he did that purposely. He did it because he was compromised. So any other thing they will say, because that is one arrow that struck into the hearts of the cabal. We don't know how far this thing has gone. It has struck them, because even the judiciary are stunned, because a lot of evidence has been brought forward towards them, and they are proving them. And when they brought in this IT specialist today, I was so happy, because that is the only person I want to hear, listen to. And after I listened to that person, That is all. That is where I have seen it, and PO has finished the job. Whatever other thing that comes up, I don't care. As long as it comes and the fillers we are hearing, INEC did the damage and the switch off the server. That is all. So every other thing, all these technicalities or no technicalities, that one is a foregone story. Anybody that brings technicality to this case, that means let them be ready. We all go our way, our tent. We go back to our tent. Anybody will fly his flag. That is it. Today is I'm so happy because tomorrow they are going to hear more what happened and how it happened and who did it, because they can tell you who did it. They can tell you who did it. So we all should just keep our fingers crossed, focus on the crown, go alongside with PO. He is a strong man. When you see the man that is quiet, don't think he's a quiet man. He's a very strong man inside. His skin is thicker than that of a lion. He's fighting a fight, and he told us that this fight is going to be very tight and very rough. And we have been going through a rough terrain. Things that we thought will not matters. And a lot of investigation have gone on. And even we should know that PO is God sent, because all throughout all this thing, he has prepared far 5 years ago for this thing. He has preempted them. We now know why he was in their camp. He went to understudy them, and he came out and he said, everybody be calm. Don't calm. We go to that court. We didn't know he was coming with a professor, a mathematician. We didn't know he was. If you see him in the courtroom, he just relax. Everybody's happy to meet him. The lawyer, the SAN, they know what he's doing. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria to come up with evidence, facts. Not like what they do before. They don't come with any evidence because there's nothing to come with. All is just verbal words and some little but now it came with facts and figures. He has proven it, and destiny is on his side. The people that want the change, they are on his side, and the law of INEC is on his side, and he's proving it, and we are seeing it. We should give God the glory and thank the Lord that this is a man that anchor on the truth, and the truth is paving way for the victory. We are going to be victorious. Everybody should calm all nerves. We are going to be, this is a fight to finish, and he has proven it. So today is my celebration day, my own to me, because I'm following him and I've seen it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Appreciate it. Next person, Engineer Ima K. Can you hear us? Engineer Ima.
Yeah, good evening. I can hear you.
Good evening. Welcome to the live show.
Thank you very much, Omoe Corners. I've heard everything everybody said. Mama H.O. I've heard everybody. What I just want to say, let's keep hoping, because I know victory is on our side someday. But before the victory comes, we have our own part to play, because PO is a great man, right? But what we need to work on is the people surrounding PO1 and the grassroots too, because once the bottom is corrupt, the up, even if the up trying to be good, but the branches, once they are corrupt, it will affect the up. Let me give an instance, right? We are all blaming politicians. They are this and they are that. What about other people working in other establishments? They are still corrupt. Even the individuals working. Let me give an instance. One of my friends got a contract in Nigeria. At the time of payment, somebody in the account department transferred the fund of 45 billion out of the company's account. Is that a politician that did it? No, individuals are corrupt. That's why we are hoping and praying that Mr. PO we're going to get his mandate back. That's why we are just fighting tooth and nail, making calls in Nigeria, at least supporting PO one or the other, because we know when he gets there, he needs to correct all these things that's going on in Nigeria. A lot has gone wrong. A lot has gone. It's not only politicians. A lot has gone wrong. Thank you very much, Omoyekona.
Okay. Oh yeah, but I mean, yeah, yeah. You said Elon Musk has done wrong. I mean, how did we get to Elon Musk? I'm sorry, I didn't get that part very clearly.
No, I said a lot has gone wrong. A lot.
Oh, a lot has gone. Okay, sorry. I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh,
I said a lot has gone wrong because there are much work to be done in Nigeria.
absolutely.
There are much cleansing.
Yes.
There are much cleansing because the roots, we need to uproot them from the foundation.
Yes.
From the foundation, from the grassroots.
Yes.
Okay, let me give an instance now, right? Okay, you could remember when the selected president was sworn in, less than how many hours price in Nigeria went up.
Yeah.
Everything went up. When they have not ordered for the petrol, for the gas, how did the petrol, the gas just went up just less than 24 hours? So a lot has gone, a lot.
Yes.
Nigeria needs cleansing from the grassroots.
That's true. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Let me come. Mr. J, are you available now? Mr. J. Okay. I think Mr. J has Kukuma gone to sleep. Guys, it's been real low. I beg. Let me start shutting this down. But thank you. Thanks everyone for joining me. I really appreciate everybody today. So Nelly was saying that Agbado will not, what was it? I pinned your comment earlier. Agbado will not relinquish power. Yeah, I mean, people have that concern that he will not relinquish power. I mean, I don't know, but what I do know is the part that we all have to play. I think we have to keep being consistent and talking and not stopping and calling out all the evil, regardless of who is doing it and where it's coming from. I think this is our role. How he's going to get away, that's not up to us to determine. We just have to be calling out the BS whenever we see it. And we can't be tired of it because, as we can see and as we have learned practically, if you are not vigilant in a democracy, you go lose am. That's exactly what we're watching right now.
Sister Moye,
Yes,
sorry for cutting you short a little bit.
no problem.
You know, you see all this kind of word that people say, I don't see how bad we relinquish power. These are kind of talk that they said during Babangida time, one, Abacha time, who again? They've been saying all these things. And these people, they relinquish power. So are we going to be scared with all this stuff they are saying? Who is he his father that own Aso Rock?
Now, you
He
understand?
go relinquish power if time don't reach.
Okay. Now,
He will
normal thing,
relinquish it.
even me think am Black Panther. I think am too. I say this man will be say he hug the thing like transformer.
He go relinquish power. Abacha relinquish am. He no gree dey give am apple. The other one come. That they say I'm coming back. He go. He dey for wheelchair. About which one? What will they talk? Now if father get Aso Rock, sure, he go relinquish power. Forget that thing. Make they just tell Pio, say Pio, you are the winner. Muku see how you no go. If you no go enter that Aso Rock, make it talk that one now.
But you know, say all these people when they don't give money, all these people when they don't pay money, all these lawyers, them, all these sons, them when they don't already threaten their life, don't pay money.
They no fit look. Wetin dey go on so? Wetin dey go on so? They no fit pronounce judgment against Obi. Obi dey win this appeal. Whether they like or they win this case, it is already won.
Right.
If somebody can switch off the server, what else do you want them to prove? What else do you want them to prove? How do you want I ask people now, what do you want to hear? What do you want the lawyers to prove now? To bring the book and show you how they take one? I don't know how Nigerians are thinking. This thing has been proven. This is who switched off the server. I don't know why somebody will come and tell us that he won't leave. Why won't he leave? Others now only done it there before. Others left now.
That's true you talk.
He
That
made
one
a
you dey
pronounce.
wrong.
He made a pronounce Obi the president. He is gone. In ADC, I go tell and say, guy, move. And I don't know how they do this thing.
We no
I
know,
don't
my brother.
know.
You know, blame us now. You know, say when something don't happen to you, you've been they don't
See,
beat you. Be like say you never ever, they never even let you win small, not even
that
small.
is why I say una
After a
must get
while,
thick
you come
skin.
dey feel one kind. Na im make person dey ask that. No be say
You know why? You know why some Nigeria they feel one kind? Because some of them they no participate. They never participate in the team before. Some of them
that's
were there for Europe, they just they come in, come they know am now. We don't know what they for ground. We dey Nigeria will participate, then pursue us. Make I tell you categorically clear now. If they pronounce Obi the winner and he goes Supreme Court, he still because if he goes Supreme Court, he go still win the case. Immediately just say na him. They can't go inside chamber for Supreme Court. They swear on him. There's no protocol. The Chief Justice will swear him in immediately. That is how they do it. They don't go through all these protocols. Nigeria should know that. Immediately they announce one president, already all the guards don't move. That is the proof. They don't move. Loyalty no dey inside. They don't move. He will just go out straight. They don't prepare a car. He dey go out. They'll give him that motor. He go out straight. And so they do am. So make all of them know the fear. It is normal. I beg. Make everybody pan. Make them pronounce and force. Make una come see how the thing go waka.
okay. No wahala. We dey here. Me, my own be say me go dey show up as often as I need to show up. To dey add my voice, to dey talk, to dey shout, to dey sensitize. That's all, you know. So me now again.
Now go see how men go enter road now. Now go see that day. If you no go move,
Okay.
now go see how men go enter road.
No wahala. Me, hey, na here we dey. Cause that one na wetin me dey look out for be that one me dey wait for. So that because we no fit continue like this, e no make any sense at all. We no go fit. E no dey sustainable. There's no need at all. Make we just fold hand dey watch this nonsense dey play out. We no go fit. So thank you very much for encouraging us again. Thank you. I appreciate. So my people, we don reach the final stage of this one. Make baby girl go sleep. May I go stretch my leg. Kene, I dey see your comment. I dey use side eye. Dey look you. Kene, you say make I go drink make dem leave me I go drink my mango juice. I no dey hear correctly anymore. Hey, Kene, by the way, I see you dey take picture up and down. Hey, oh God. You just dey flex your picture, dey change picture like rapper. I say, okay now, what's going on here? Oh my God. No, seriously. I'm very happy that I was able to make it out today. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks for all the super chat. Mr. Lewis, thank you so much for the super chat. Mr. J, my brother, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate. I really, really appreciate. I never see everybody in a while, so I was really glad to see everybody again, so we can talk about these things. I'm going to schedule another live, but I'm not sure. Maybe in another 2 days or in another day or two. Depends on what happens. I will definitely show up here. You guys know how we do it. So certainly, Nelly says my hope is that deep down they detest Agbado as yeah, some of them do, but they can't come because they've collected money now. When you don't collect money from the kingpin, no matter how much you detest, you can't do anything because you have eaten his salt and pepper. So okay, Kene is agreeing with Black Panther. They are loyal to the constitution, not to the person. It's good to know. It's good to know. Oh, yeah, you just they come, they say sleep where? Hey, oh, you just dey land now. Where you dey since? I don do almost 5 hours for here. I never try. It's pictures of you. Okay, you are defending of you walking the trail. Why you dey change picture? Only you na im dey waka go trail. Only you na im waka come when we say trail picture trail. How many trails you dey go when you dey change picture up and down? I dey see am say, ah, what's going on? Oh my God, you, Romari, Tato, all of una dey make me laugh. Eunice too, sometimes Eunice go, I just dey lis ten, I just dey read the comment, I just dey laugh by myself. I'll say for my mind, I'll say this people. But no, thanks for bringing the humor, Okene. Seriously, I really appreciate your humor. You dey make everything lighter. You dey at least take away the edge sometimes. So I really appreciate that well, well. Thank you so much. Abi o Tato, baby girl for life. Oh, I gotta go sleep, man. I gotta go sleep.
Sister Amoye,
Yeah,
sorry.
no
You
wahala.
see, immediately them put PO there, PO
Mm.
enter finish, then you now start to see the constitutional changes. You now start the judiciary reform. All
Mm-hmm.
the things that are on the exclusive list, they'll be brought down. Power will shift to the state, and there'll be less power at the central. Then they'll change all the salary allowances for all these people. They will change because now they will be the one to do the restructuring. They will structure their stomach and their belt. PO, PO will never, they will splash that thing down because he has the power to splash those things down. There's no court that they will go through. He has the sole power to splash it down. And the constitutional changes, and they'll bring that blueprint of GEJ conference. When they bring it, they'll start adopting it page by page. Then the people will start to conform themselves gradually because when you have a good head, that good head will affect all the bodies. That's what we call transformation. So when some people come up to say, "Oh, Nigeria need to change," if the change will come like experience possessing a body, that is how it's going to be. It's not going to take because we have a good head. The process of building a foundation now, we will be assured that the foundation is being built, so that those institutions that we set up, those institutions, we protect the foundation, we protect the sovereignty, and the people will begin to have confidence in the judiciary because we need to make them independent, make them have budget of their own, not coming to the whatever the government to seek for money. That one is off the track. They will go directly. They have their money directly from the statutory allocation. They have their own budget, not taken from the federal government any longer. That will separate. That will make the child more stronger and more efficient. So you'll be having justice as you go. It should be a house where justice prevail. So Nigeria should not be scared. Just let PO be declared first. From this one, they will move. Forget Supreme Court, will go move, go there, you will get them. So everybody should just be prayerful, keep your fingers crossed, focus on the ground. Don't be scared. The process will be straightened when people get there. We all should just be calm and be prayerful and focus our eyes. All this impossibility, throw it out. There's no impossibility where man exists. God said, "Go ye and dominate." That is who we are. We are a domineering factor on earth. So any possibility, throw it out of the gate. It's possible. And new Nigeria is possible.
That's right. I agree with you. Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate those strong words of encouragement. I think we all could do with some of that encouragement. No, Kenny, not at all. Tattoo, not at all. Honestly, you guys crack me up. No, you keep the life going. No. If anything, say no go hard me now. I go talk my mind always, all the time. But I just wanted to appreciate you, Kenny, for bringing the fun, the comedy into everything. Because sometimes the topics can be heavy. It be heavy sometimes. It can be heavy sometimes. So it's good to have some laughs in between. It's very good to get some chuckles in. So I appreciate it. Oh no, not at all. Thank you so much. So I beg, innocent made in Africa. I'm telling you, for Africans, I no go surprise you, Kenny. That one, I no go surprise you. Go change all that presidential, sell all of them. You don't even need that. Why would you want to ride in those cars that they've rode in? There's no need. May e sell everything. Abeg, may im body no go touch wetin e no know. Abeg o. And me personally, I go say that even that Aso Rock house, make dem sell am, make dem turn am into low cost housing for people. I'm telling you, make dem go break the thing down, make am into low cost housing for people. I'm telling you, that would be the best thing. I won't want my principal to stay in that place. I'm sorry. Mm-mm. You should change location. I'm telling you, because that place, there's just too much bad energy in that place. Bad energy is too much. It's heavy around there. So I don't know. I'm sure he has his plans, and I know say my principal gets sense now. Not today, the man wise. So I won't be. But just put the word out there, so in case somebody can take it to him, you know.
He
So
has already said he will govern from Aso Rock.
uh
He will
that's
go to
what.
the
In fact,
people.
make it go Anambra. In fact, me no mind if he go, make go a village sef, make even dey rule from there. I'm telling you, that's how it ought to be. Just go your village, go there, secure your body, secure yourself for that place. I'm telling you, all this nonsense, all these excesses, man, there's no need for it. But I look forward to continuing to add my voice and continue to help educate as many people, and hopefully a lot more people from the ground everywhere, so that we can get this country back. We gotta stay focused. So, guys, let me call it a night. It's been real. I'm closing my curtains finally. Kenny, thank you very much. Eunice, yeah, they were accusing you. It was Kenny that was accusing you. Kenny say na you be the king of all the oh my god, you guys know. I know, right? Nelly, demonic cars and demonic houses with rituals and calabash. Oh my god. Nelly, eh? The vivid picture wey you dey paint no be here. Oh my god, but it's true. I think about it too. All these yama yama things, no, abeg make e no stay, because we need him alive and strong, so that he can do everything that he wants to do for us. Abeg, yeah, god forbid. All those people, I no trust them. you know Good night, Mr. Des. Thank you for staying with us. I know it's pretty late where you are. you know Eunice, sometimes Eunice doesn't, only when she wants to join the panel, only when she feels the need to. I don't think she felt the need to. But Eunice is always ready. I really appreciate her for that. He will even sell some of the presidential jets, so if not all, na only one he go keep. Peter Obi go calculate all the jets. If he fund secondary school, like 100 secondary school, just sell the jet to share the money. I can see him doing it already. No need for student loan, I'm telling you. As in fact, oh my god, it's unbelievable. I'm telling you, it is, Nelly. Facts. What you're saying is facts. It's facts, man. Facts on facts. The evil there is unbelievable. You can imagine. Can only imagine. But you know what? He knows what he's doing. That man has a lot of wisdom. So I don't have any and of course I'll always put my word out there, just in case anybody can catch it and take it to him. Person no dey know finish. Peter Obi, no matter how wise he is, he's not going to know it all. So he's also going to need everyone that believes in justice, fairness, and truth to also help. I mean, he's already made it clear. Like he welcomes, this descending ideas. He welcomes people challenging him and telling him, calling him out. And una know, all of una, all the people standing for truth and justice, you guys know you guys are going to call him out. So he's good. He will have people to checkmate him, which is good. you know so my people, it's been real. Thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoyed this live. I hope you guys have a wonderful Tuesday and the rest of the week. I hope you have a great week. But of course, I'm going to send out an invite once I am ready and I'm certain when the next live will hold. So thank you, everyone. Miss Top Notch, thank you, my love. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Nelly, my darling sister, I appreciate you. Kenne, thank you. Eunice of life, I appreciate you, sis. I really do. Thank you so much, everyone. Everyone on the panel, thanks for joining me. Mama Echo, Sir Louis, Mr. Eben, Jay don't fall asleep. I'm sure he don't reach. Jay don't reach Kafanchan. Don't even pass DSF. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We really appreciate you. Thank you for your super chat and the contributions. Thoroughly appreciated. So everyone have a blessed week also, but I'll see you guys soon. It's been real. Take it easy, guys. Bye.